Very special person.
You're not gonna walk away from this shot. There's no way.
If you don't know who that person is, she's in our ears every single Sunday.
Absolutely. And she just turned a year older. We don't know.
Right.
We don't know how old.
So
Oh, there she is. Oh, happy birthday, there, Monica. Super, super direct. Well done. Well
So we have a couple of goodies here for Monica.
She might not show up.
She may not show her face, but you know.
Yeah, we acknowledge and we appreciate.
Just show that we really, truly appreciate what you do, Monica.
Yeah, she is screaming in our ears. If you hear her, she is screaming. I'm about to remove my earpiece.
If only you could hear what she's saying, but Monica, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
From all of us, yeah.
The whole Sunday life crew, we're waiting to cut this, so
where's everybody?
the faster you get here, the better.
Sí. Ahí poco.
Ali. Ali. Poa sana. Ali. Tena ameenda wapi? Anataka chupa ya?
Aya. Hello, Joseph, how are you? Jose, how are you?
Mwambie agawe kwa hiyo.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Jose, you can hear me?
Yes, I'm here. You.
Yeah, we are live as we wait for the rest. Topics of today, somebody suggest we talk about the problems in ODM. And again hiyo meeting kati ya Kuria na Gideon Moi and Nick Salat. Leo tutazungumza politics. Then the meeting of William Ruto and Mount Kenya leaders. Titus.
Yes.
Masinde. Unanipata?
Nakupata. Ya, nakupata.
Aya, kwa hayo utaanza na gani?
Nataka nisikize watu kidogo ndio nishike laini kwa sababu siko Kenya.
Aya, Jose.
Yes.
Kwa hayo point tatu.
Yes.
Topics tatu utaanza na gani?
Yeah. Hizo ya nomination.
Kuna Masai
senators
Mara
na MPs.
Kuna meeting imefanyika Masai Mara. Are you aware?
I'm not aware of it.
Uko aware kwamba Moses Kuria alikutana na KANU leadership?
Yes.
Are you aware?
I'm not aware of it.
Which topic do you want us to discuss, my brother, before as we wait other people? What can you talk about?
You said you have three. You say you have 3 topics. Which one and which one and which one?
I've told you two. The problems in ODM, have you heard them?
ODM has got a more problem.
Haya. Zungumzia hiyo
Kwani ODM
unajua.
kuna nini? ODM kuna nini?
Amesema wako na shida mingi. So
Oju hii forum ndio wange nafanya napata at least kiasi kidogo vitu zinaendelea nyumbani. Pure siwezi jua nini inaendelea.
Baya uko na sisi. Baya, unmute your mic.
Tuko na nyinyi.
Haya, Titus, unmute
Yes.
your mic. Mute your mic. Kuna kelele inatoka background. Tusikize
Okay.
Baya. Haya, Baya tuendelee baba.
Yes.
Baya, unmute your mic. Baya, unmute your mic. So, kuna hii meeting. There is a serious meeting between Moses Kuria imefanyika between him and the KANU leadership. The sources, reliable sources inatuambia kwamba alikutana mpaka na Gideon mwenyewe, the chairman of KANU. Tutaongelelea hiyo. Kwa watu wa Tanga sijui watasema nini. Sisi watu wa KANU, that is good with us. Titus, unmute your mic uongee kidogo. Hata kama ujui kitu yoyote inaendelea home.
Nasema hao watu kukutana wawili hivyo ni ile kani inatongoza.
Where are you in the first place?
Mimi niko Dubai.
Oh, Dubai.
Yeah.
Hauna anything political.
Wanga nakuja kwa hii forum usikiza kidogo tu alafu nachomoka pia. So hao watu kukutana is not new. Kwa political arena these things are there. One to meet another one, kutongoza mwingine, kuja huku tufanye hivi, tukoroke hii, tufanye hii. Hiyo ni kitu hata kwanza na bado tunaendelea kusiona tu. Sikia hii ni ya kwanza ama ni ya mwisho, bado sitafanyika. Bado watu wanaenda kuchimix kabisa. So Mose Kuria kukutana na Daniel na nani tunaitanga Gideon Moi, si ajabu. Labda ndugu yake wa pande hii ya Rift Valley amemtuma marafiki zake mwende muongeleshe huyu jamaa akuje tukae kwa mesa tukachore. Sio mbaya, ambapo wote ni wa Kenya na hakuna adui. Unajua hakunanga adui kwa siasa. So it is possible and it can happen. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi naamini.
Oh, thank you very much. Angela.
Yep.
Angela.
Yes, my brother Yaga. How is you?
I'm good. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Tuweka
Weka picha.
Hiyo ndio nilipata kwa kizazi.
Ayaga, I thought the topic was, do Kenyans need nominated senators, MPs and MCAs?
Oh, that was one of the topics, eh? Unajua hizo nimeleta tu yangu tukingoja watu.
No, that was the main topic.
Haya, anzia hapo basi.
So Masinde can continue from there. In Kenya, do we need nominated MCA senators and MPs? Masinde, give us your opinion, please.
Kitu ya kwanza, mimi ndauliza hata pia swali. Hao watu tumekaa nao kwa hii mtaa wote, kazi yao inakuanga ni nini? Na nini manufaa yao ya wanga wanaleta nini? Mimi sijaiona. Kwa sababu mtu amekuwa nominated, wanakuwa MP wawili kutoka mahali pamoja na mmoja ndiye anafanya kazi na mwingine anachukua pesa. Wanakuanga for what purposes? Mimi sichuangi nominated MP kazi yao ni kani? Kujaza tu namba.
Kidogo.
Sababu hata wakivanish Wakivanisha watu hatutakuwa na impact yote kubwa. No impact. Hakuna kile Mkenya atafikia kwa sababu nominated wako tunaumia mahali. Mimi sioni maana yao watu.
Ayaga.
Seriously.
Ayaga.
Yes, Ishmael. Who is calling? Ishmael.
Ayaga.
Yes.
Mbona siwasikii?
How are you?
Check your mic.
Anatumia
Ishmael.
Bluetooth. Maybe Bluetooth. Ishmael, angalia Bluetooth yako labda iko na shida ndio sababu utusikii.
Aya.
So, mimi niko na stress point. Kenya pale wanajaribu kusynchronize party. We have a big burden for the wale watu tunalipa pesa kama taxes, tunawalipa mishahara, wamekuwa wengi sana. Na bado still wanaendelea kuongezea. Unaona? Sasa wakitaka kutusaidia, hao watu wanakuanga nominated, sisi hatuwajui kazi gani wanaenda kufanya. Wale wako juu wanajuanga ni nini wanaenda kufanya. Kwa sababu si already tuko na mtu tumechakua, tuko na yeye, tunamwamini. But tunapata wameongeza watu wengine nominated ambapo wanaenda kuhangi tu. Hata kama wanaenda kutengeneza sheria. Sheria tutakuwa tu wote hapo, sitafiti tujae ipunga yote wote kutengeneza sheria. Wapunguza hawa watu. Watu wanatandianga tu. Watu wanaumia mahali.
Ishmael, what's up?
I'm just from the group. I had you change the topic.
Leo unajua sijakuwa kwa hiyo group sana. Nimekuwa on a very long call. Then nikajump huko. Sawa. Mwatembe ameniremind, hata ameandika hapo chini, nimeiona. So tulikuwa tu tunataka kuchangamusha kidogo ndio tuanze vizuri.
Nakuja, naingia natoka kidogo.
Aya, wacha tusikie Felix ana yapi ya kusema. Felo.
Poa.
Poa. Felix, unmute your mic and then proceed. Felix, what's up with your mic? Felix, what's up with your mic? Unmute.
Unmute. He's unmuting, then unmute. Yes, wacha hivyo. No. Yes, hivyo sasa.
Tunakupata sasa.
Good evening. Hello. Can you hear me, Mr. Yaga?
Kidogo sana, kwa umbali sana. Hebu jaribu kuendelea.
Okay, sorry for that. I don't know whether it's my sound system or what, but I joined you late. I can see the topic of the question is whether or not we need the nominated MPs. I'm not so sure if you have begun the discussion, given the time I joined, but I'm requesting that you give me some more time to catch up with where you people have reached so that I can get where to begin.
Felix, we are only 14 minutes. 14 minutes. You are early. In fact, wewe ndio umeingia mapema, watu bado. So unaweza ongea tu, uko sawa. Chukua dakika kama 5 hivi.
To speak on the topic straight or what?
Yeah, topic.
All right. On whether do we need nominated MCAs, MPs, and senators, I think it is a question we cannot really tackle directly, or rather give an answer of no or yes without considering some other factors. Like one, we need to ask ourselves, why do we normally have the nominated MCAs, MPs, and the senators? In my shallow understanding, I think we do have those slots to have a gender balanced county assembly, national assembly, and the Senate. So when I say no, I will be saying no to gender balanced county assembly. I will be saying no to a gender balanced national assembly, and I'll be saying no to a gender balanced Senate. But that doesn't mean I'm saying yes, because when you look at all these nominated representatives, they earn salaries, which is really milking Kenyans dry. I'm just suggesting that if we can come up with a way through political parties, so that after every election we can have a gender balanced county assembly, national assembly, and the Senate, without really having to have the nominated representatives, that can really be better. But you see, this is a question we cannot address by just saying no, we don't want it, because it requires that when we say no, we get an alternative way of solving the intention behind the nominations. So that is my opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unmute those mic. Kuna kelele background. Titus. Masinde. Yes. Thank you very much. Hata mimi nikicontribute kwa hiyo issue, do we need nominated senators, MCAs and MP? Yes, we do. Number one, nomination is not the problem. We nominate people to represent the special interest, like people with disability, gender parity for gender parity, and such things. We cannot ignore. The problem is the criteria at which we use to nominate. As for now, people just nominate their girlfriends. After election, the names are forwarded to IBC, the people who know nothing about politics. I think in that amendment, they're proposing those nominations to be done in a way that will actually help, because they will only nominate somebody who contested and maybe lost election, maybe as a MP or as a MCA or as a senator. It will be very clear. It will be at least helpful. Benson.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Habari ya masiku mingi.
Niko si mbaya.
Oh, Clinton ameenda wapi?
Clinton ako leave kidogo, lakini anaweza tujoin later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nasikia mkiongea bado nasikia pali mwelekeo inaelekea. Kuhusu nomination.
Yeah.
Right now maybe wacha mtu azungumuze, then ndazungumuza baadaye.
So wacha mimi niongee kidogo kwa sababu nataka kulala, masaa imeenda.
Okay.
Ile kitu na suggest wa Kenya, the only thing atukwangi warili wakati tunapiga kura, na my suggestion watu wenye wanaendanga wakicontest kama na SMP sijui nani, hizo vitu zote ingekuwa tuko real, mtu anachukuliwa na kiukweli. Ile nomination ingekuwa iko na purpose na reason na mahali tuleta watu kwa board wale wanakuja kurepresent watu wao, but already watu wa kawaida tunakuanga already represented kutoka kwa pale venye tumefanya voting. So particularly tunataka tukuwe na nomination ya disability, huku tunaitanga people with determination. Okay, kwa sababu tumechange hiyo jina, mnaita disability, sound mzuri, lakini huku nimeenda training ya people with determination. Wale watu hawajiwezi, wale watu yani wako na kind of that disability, wako na kunominate watu wao wa mama, kwa sababu mnawapiganga mateke sana wakitaka kupitia mlango wa kawaida, kupikua kura, kufanya nini, mnawa threaten. Sasa inakana wapatue labda nomination, wapatue aside, wao kwa hustle na wengine wazee wao wako na nguvu, but the rest, but tuko na watu wenye wanachukua tu kama wanawake wale wako na vitabu kwa kichwa na wanasaidia society, unaona, wawatengee mabiti sawa. Sasa hawa watu wengine wa kawaida, mtu ameenda kwa contest ameanguka kwa sababu ni rafiki ya mtu fulani, wanako on board, wanakuja kusaidiana, au ndio sasa wanasaidia wizi inaendelea Kenya kabisa, corruption, nao ndio wanakuja kusaidia, kwa sababu kwa mtu yake akuja mkawe mahali fulani, ndio kifanyika, ndio wanaenda incite watu wakuja piga kelele, mtu yetu, unaona. So Kenya indakane style up, wa change mambo ya kufanya nomination. Wasifanye nomination kwa sababu watu wako na marafiki. Hii ni kazi watu wanapatiwa, na ni wa Kenya wanapepa hiyo mzigo yote kulipa hao watu. Sasa mimi nikiwa rafiki yako, ukiandikwa kazi, tumekupa kazi, wewe unaenda kuchukua rafiki yako mwingine, mnakiongezea hapo, sisi tuwe tunawalipa, na ni pesa yetu tunatoa kwa mifuko, kiumia tukiwalipa pata nini, na kwa mnatufanya tunapepa mizigo mzito sana. Mimi nafaa kupepa labda kunia ya 50 kg, lakini Kenya inatupepesha sai 90, hata imefika mahali imetufikisha 20. Nafaa upepe kunia inue uende nayo, na ambapo ni ngumu sana tutapepa. So bado tuko na 10 hapo hivyo ya China, pata wapunguze watu hii nomination, waipunguze, waiangalie tena mara ya pili, watu wapungue at least 10, tulipa haraka, tumalize haraka, kwa sababu hata mimi saa hizi deni yenye ningojea Kenya sijui ndaimaliza lini. Kama mtoto hajazaliwa ako na deni, na mimi mwenye niko hai na kung'ang'ana na pia nataka kuwe na sana. So what I'm suggesting, hiyo nomination kwa saa hizi, hata wakitoa hiyo nomination haina impact, hata sisi tutaumia mahali, tutakuwa tumefurahia kwa sababu tumepumzika kidogo, deni imepungua. But waende kwa special seats peke yake, sio nomination ikuwe tu kama hata kama wana nominate waende waipunguze, kwa sababu hao watu ni wengi sana. Wakisema nomination tuko na watu kama tuseme kama ni MPs, waende kama watu 10, hao sio wengi sana. Same kwa Senate hiyo tu, lakini more than 50 watu wanaenda nominated kama 30 40, ambapo ukiangalia kasi yao, structure yao haikuji kwa macho yetu, na watu welese kasi yao kubwa sana ni gani. Unapata umenominate mtu kutoka kwa pale penye mtu amechakua kwa wawili, huwa anahangi tu, anakula mshahara na anaga kazi yake, kuja hakuna mahali bali mtamuuliza, hakuna accountability, mtamuuliza ile pesa wanakupatia CTF, hakuna yeye, hakuna bali mtamuuliza mahali, yeye ni kupata mshahara tu, kazi yake ni kani? Hiyo ndio swali mimi napaki nayo.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Benson. We can't hear you, Benson.
Unajua, kind of like sometimes like the nomination ni kitu ambacho sijawahi kwanza go into detail so much of it, like to read about it. I know it is in the BBI, but since like I'm one guy who opposes the BBI, sitaki sasa sikuisoma sana. So but like one thing that I know with the nomination is that like you include the people with certain interest. Yeah, so let's take like disability, the way you were saying, so like they can lobby for the disability, and maybe they were putting it for maybe women. And another thing with it is like let's say for the government, if they want to pass their policies in parliament, it's like something that adds them the number, you know, when they want to pass their bills, because like you can see when some of the nominated MPs were not towing the line, especially in Jubilee, they were kind of like given some letters, you know. like you serve at the mercies of the party, you know. So on the other hand, it may be good. On the other side, it may be bad. But like, I don't think like the money issue can be a reason why like we want to reduce on our wage bill. And the wage bill can be reduced even if we have like 100 or like what nominated MPs. What happens is about the leadership and how do you want to do it. You know, our country is a country whereby watu wanaiba tu kwa kuingia. Even like the people who are being nominated, they cannot just decide to pick you. You know, you have to pay for it for you to be there. You know, they don't just pick you. For you to be nominated, there's a role that you are playing. They cannot just wake one day and say, okay, today we are nominating Tito Masinde. No, you have to might have contributed somewhere, or there's a special interest that they are looking, you know. So it's something that it's a buyout. It's something that you buy out, you know, because I can remember there was in Migori, like the lady there was a lady that was nominated in the I think was it either the Senate or she was a very young lady and people did not know her in the political landscape, but she was nominated. And if you look so keenly, the way the family interrelate with the politicians, you know, so it's something that we give you in return. You are going to do this, and we're giving you in return. So that's one. I think people are talking about money, like it increases the wage bill. Mazejo, Kenya si mambo na wage bill. Kenya wage bill inatoka kwa corruption. Those money that they steal, yeah, they steal. Like it is stealing in a broad daylight. So whether the only thing that can save our wage bill is like avoiding stealing from the government and having a very good leadership, then that's it. If we have all those with the nomination and everything, things will be okay.
Benson.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, friend.
Now, because you are opposing BBI, because at least BBI has a solution to the issues of nomination. Na you have not given us a little bit solution. Unajua hata ukitulima hii tumefanya hii ni mbaya. A little bit, try to give us the solution side.
Of the BBI or the nomination?
Of nomination, yeah, nomination.
Because the BBI is giving the solution.
BBI at least, you know, hata kama unapinga, there is a way they gave us how to nominate. You know, nomination is not bad. The criteria that has been used, I think that's where the problem is.
But like, yes, the solution is, you know, when on my own understanding on the way I've seen the BBI, there's some of the things that can be done through a legislation. You know, the nomination of the MPs, this is something that can be done through a legislation. Yeah, if you bring it to the parliament can bring a way in which it can be done. But if what the BBI is bringing 20%, but the 80% of it is to me, I think 80% is a disaster for Kenya, you know, and is a disaster for Kenya because if the BBI is solving the nomination of the senators and at the end it gives you bloated executive, which brings the wage bill higher, yeah. How about that? Because it can go through legislation. It's not a must that we have to go through referendum. Yeah?
You also told us that the number of MPs is not the wage bill. The wage bill is on corruption. So which one should we believe?
Okay, one, the wage bill is in the corruption, and the same times because like if you look at the Kenya history, you're bringing a wage bill through the BBI, and you know on how our leaders are, the way they steal. Because I don't think at any time in Kenyan history that the corruption is going to end. The reason why is because that's how the country was founded. If the country is founded on corruption, that's the way
Benson,
it is.
Benson,
Yes.
Benson.
Yeah.
For me, my observation,
Yep.
it's just one thing. Tukipunguza watu wakuwe wengi, corruption itapungua kidogo, kwa sababu tumepunguza wakulaji na manage wale wako wachache. Lakini tukiweka wengi, waizi wakiwa wengi, sasa tutaumia zaidi. Ukiangalia pande hii, mtu amechomoka na pande hii. Sasa unaona wakipikana vita, scandals sijui ya wapi imefanyika. Lakini watu wakiwa wachache, scandals zitakuwa managed at least kidogo, kwa sababu ni wachache. Lakini mkiweka wengi, sasa utafukuza mgani ukiwacha mgani? Huyu anaenda na hii barabara, huyu anaenda na hii barabara. Sasa ndio maana nasema nomination kwanza wakate off.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Do you know where we sometimes go wrong?
Yeah.
We always focus on the national government, but where the corruption is in the counties.
Hiyo maitinvolve juzi. Hii kwa kitambo. Na sasa listen to me. Hiyo kitu wameitinvolve, watu wenye wanakulanga huko juu ndio waliteremka tu. Wao tu, kwani mlifikia walinominate mmechagua nani mgeni? Sio ndio waliteremka kwa counties. Ninafahamu wavani. Nyinyi ndio mkutumia akili. Mtu ametoka kwa national government, anateremka kuja kubai asa governor sijui nani, na mnamchakua tu. Sasa anatoka na vitu zake zote, mechanism zake zote za kuipa, analeta kwa county. Lakini mngechagua mtu fresh, ajaye kuwa kwa government huko juu, angewasaidia kidogo.
But
So,
like,
Titus.
let me tell you something. Alafu niwache. You see, I want you to look, I want you to look this thing in terms of the history of the country going forward. Because our destination or our destiny is defined by the foundation that we lay down. Right?
Yep.
And if you look at the Kenyan history, and in terms of the political environment, is that it thrives mostly on stealing. And that's why, even if you look at how they describe the ministerial post, there's a lucrative and a bad minister. And why do they mean that is a lucrative? Because there's a lot of money, So what I may suggest, the way Ayaga was saying, like I was talking about the wage bill and everything.
Yep.
It's that, like, we know the history of our country. Yeah. And you're still bringing something that is going to add more, and you can do it through a legislation. Why should we go for a referendum? They can find a legislation on how to nominate. It doesn't take time. It's not like we have to go through a referendum. Yeah. And even if you look, if I can take you way back, when the 2010 constitution was being passed, it was praised as one of the best constitution that Kenya had. It was praised. Yeah. But now it turned out that is not the best constitution. And the reason why that is not working is because we did what we call a copy paste. I think it's in the history of Nigeria that they copy paste the Constitution of America. It did not work with them. Yeah. Because their system could not sustain that. And if you look even at our country, the majority of the constitution, the majority of writing of a Kenyan constitution is borrowed from America. You know that? And that is what is failing us. Because we copy paste. Yeah.
Benson.
Mm-hmm.
The constitution says that when amendment touches, let us say, the structure of executive, we must go for a referendum. We must.
I know that.
There is no shortcut. And BBI, so do BBI also touches and affects the structure of the
Mhm.
executive.
I
So
know.
either the way, we have to go for referendum. I
I
think
know.
there are things
Uh-huh.
that we should exclude, but in other things, we have to go for referendum. Expensive or
Ayaga,
cheap.
okay, I understand. Let me just ask you. I, I, I want just your genuine opinion as a Yaga. I think you are in Kenya. Yeah. Let us put politics aside and the people that we love. You know, on your best opinion, do you think it is valuable for Kenya to go for referendum right now?
Yes.
Be honest.
I'm very honest.
And do you think the things that they put on the BBI is going to solve the Kenyan problem?
No.
Somehow they will. Somehow
No.
they will.
How?
Somehow they will.
Ayaga.
You know
Ayaga.
Benson. Benson, the problem as
I'm
a
also going
young
right.
man, eh?
We are
As a young
discussing in
man
that form.
who is in Nairobi. Benson, Titus, unmute your mic. Titus, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Yes, yes. So, Benson, we have a very big problem in Kenya. That even one step in the right direction, I will support. What we have in Kenya is divisive kind of election. Nothing else.
Yes.
Nothing else. And that kind of divisive election always is brought by there is no enacted law to guide us on how to do election. 2 years to election. If you are a businessman in capital city of Nairobi, you will do nothing. 2 years after election, if you are a businessman in Nairobi, you will do nothing. That's fact number one. And this is the capital with the highest GDP compared to the other parts of this country. And if we cannot work here in Nairobi, Kenya is sleeping. They say if we sleep in Nairobi, all parts of Kenya is still sleeping, even in diaspora. Because how will you get in? How will you come and do business? So if BBI can solve this part of divisive election only, that part only, then I will support it. I will support it.
Then, if that's very genuine, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And if that is very genuine, why can't we work on something that can solve the country rather than bringing something? Because let me tell you the reason why I'm very mad with the BBI. I'm a resident of Kisumu. Do you know how many young men are walking on the street with the bullets in their body? Do you know how many mothers have lost their children? How many young ladies have lost their husband? And when people shook hands, even like appreciation of giving somebody like even 20,000, please, we did it. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Those people have been forgotten. And you want to tell me that when the BBI pass, we are going to do that? We are going to solve that?
Ishmael Benson. Benson, revolution have repercussions.
It's not the first time.
Revolution have repercussions. So I know, and I'm feeling for those guys. Leave alone those guys here in Nairobi. Always, I had another MP, Ugenya MP, says that we have suffered in terms of if there is 10 deaths in Nairobi during a post-election violence, 6 of them goes to Kisumu. And if there is a 10 deaths in Mombasa, 6 of them goes to Kisumu. I know that. And we must work on a strike. We have tried, we have tried all those. We have Waki report. We have Ndungu land report. We have all those reports. Kriegler. If those reports can be implemented fully we don't need BBI. But
Yes.
because those who are in power from 2013 has never even bother implementing those, let us put it on our constitution, because changing a constitution is not easy, but changing an act of parliament is as easy. Somebody will just need a simple majority. They will go to the house. Look what they did with the security bill. How many it took? They took only 3 hours to change that the security bill. I don't think constitution is that much easy to change. We need these things in our constitution written, like 35%. I was telling the other people the other day in our Napinga, and they are telling us that the president can just do it willingly. That president on his own volition. Let me tell you the problem with that. In 2013, 2017, President and Jubilee administration was giving the Jubilee allied governors, the governors that were supporting president, around 20-30%. The governors who are opposing the government, which were deemed as COD, were given 15%. That is economic sabotage because it is on his hands. We need it to be in the constitution. So even if a county supports you, give him 35 and above, give him even 60. If the other one who don't support you, give them 35%. At 35%, everybody is an average and everybody can run. Rather than a situation where me, if I become president today, a governor from Kiambu doesn't support me, I give him 15%. A governor from maybe Siaya napea around 20% ama 30%. We need to rectify this thing, my brother.
Okay,
Through thick
I hope
and thin.
Felix Ayaga.
Yeah.
I listened to what you are saying, and I understand you fully. And the only reason why I feel that, even because the Constitution is not a problem. We can have 100% Constitution that supports everyone, but the people who we have, the leadership, the people who want that Constitution to work are not willing to work. All these people, all of them in the front line who are fighting for this Constitution, even like saying the nomination of the senators, we know them. They are not very new in this field. They've been here for the rest of their lives. And you cannot tell me like somebody who has never at one point, because like the Constitution, like unapata kwamba part moja una agree nayo, if it favors you, you agree with it. If it doesn't favor you, you create chaos, and that's what is in Kenya. The BBI will pass. It will pass. But what I want to say, that we want God to keep us alive immediately after BBI passing, and we will see if it will work. And I promise you, it will not work. And the reason why it will not work, because the people who are fighting for it, it's not about the common man. It's not about the senators that you are saying. The senators can be passed through legislation. We can legislate. The Kligra report, the Waki report, the Ndunguland report, these reports can be implemented in parliament. The only place that they messed up was about the executive and how they thought, because people believe so and so was going to be, or who is going to be a very good, if we become like that kind of like whereby the executive is out of the parliament. They thought it was a very good, but it turned out that it was not working. And the reason why, if you go back and listen, even like during the campaign of 2010, when they were talking about the executive, they did not know it, because this is something that was borrowed from another land. you know. Yeah. So I will oppose the BBI the way it comes. I don't like it, but it will pass because it has like the state is a state thing. It's going to pass, but people will come and say it's not a good thing. It's not a good. And like with the pandemic, we can wait. People can talk about it, you know, but it's not good for Kenya. Because like the mostly is about the leadership, the executive. That's where the main thing is. How will it solve the fighting of us in the borders between tribes if I give you the prime minister and then that's not going? That is like somebody is thinking very wise. It doesn't, and that puts us in a way whereby we kind of like say that our country is a country of tribal. Like we have to reward tribes. We don't talk about Kenya. We talk about our tribes. Kenya comes the second. Our tribe come first, right? Executive. How will we give 42 tribes? We want to give them the presidency, the prime minister. Yeah, we talk of country Kenya. Let's have a president and a vice president. Maneno kwisha. Tukue watu wazuri. Hivyo ndio mimi naweza sema.
Felix.
Oh, well, sorry, I got out of the meeting, but I'm glad I'm back. You're talking about
Felix, we can't hear you well.
You can't hear me.
Go ahead.
Well, on the BPI issue, I want to say that BPI.
Your volume.
Your volume is very low.
It could be a problem in my sound system. I don't know how best I can handle it. But my point is, BPI is not good in totality, and it is not bad in totality. Some parts of BPI.
Ni net yake ina shida.
So maybe sisi ndo tumebaki hapa.
Watu wanakuja, akina Nancy watakuja.
You know, let's just brainstorm before they come.
Yeah.
You know, Ayaga, you know, I don't know. Kuna vitu vingine mimi nikiona inafanya sikubali na viongozi wetu. Unajua, like I usually look at things in terms of the Kenya history. You know, let's just start to brainstorm. The other time I was listening, like when the hustler narrative started, you know. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
When the hustler narrative started, it was about the whole nation. Like it was not about tribes, you know. And I say, okay, it's something if we're not going to talk about tribes, we are talking of Kenya as a nation. We can listen and like we could change the slogan and the narrative of the, like instead of using the hustler, we can use something else because it talks about of Kenya. But I was surprised, like the people who are fighting for this, somebody like Kimani Chungwa is called, who is this? Like Kirazi Gachagua, somebody of the name.
Gachagua.
Gachagua. And like it came like now the demands they were giving deputy president is like now we are talking about the Mount Kenya. It came now, it's not a national thing. It's now a region, you know. And that one explained to you how our country is. It tells you like our country is still not embracing Kenya as a nation. Because like if they were genuine with what they were saying, they could have said, Deputy President, this is what we want for Kenyans. This is what we want for Kenyans. This is not what we want for Mount Kenya. This is not, because like if that one fails, it means they're not going to support the DP. Right?
Benson, do you know why they are putting all those demands?
I don't know.
the demands, because let us call a spade a spade. Our constitution is bad. Though I was in high school when you guys passed it in 2010,
Yeah.
this constitution is bad. Look at the post of deputy president. They are putting those demands because in any case, even the Ruto becomes president today and give them a DP, the guy can choose to dump them today, to dump them plus their DP, and work with the other ministries and cocoon and create a super CS. You see, such kind of those. So those are just things wanaeka pale for assurity. The constitution is very guilty. Even this BBI. Yeah. Even this BBI. I've not read where they have outlined the functions of a deputy president. The problem is the deputy president does not have any power. You work under the mercy of a president, and that is what I'm against. You are elected. The deputy president we have is elected deputy president, not appointed. How can you elect somebody with so many millions of votes, yet the guy has no powers? Really?
Okay.
Working
Now,
under the mercy of a president.
And like that's why I say like what I don't know, like I'm not sure, but I can go and check. When you look at the first, if I think it's Nigeria, the first constitution of Nigeria, it was a copy paste from American constitution. It never worked in Nigeria. Our constitution too, the better percentage, like a good percentage of it, it's borrowed from the system of America, right? Because America has like a president is being elected with the deputy, right? The vice president. They have, the Secretary of State usually comes out of, they're not in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, they are out. And that is what like we borrowed, yeah? And we came to realize that it's not working. And the reason why we came to realize it's not working, people started complaining that Raila Odinga is not doing his job. Yes, he's not doing his job because Constitution has made it to be like that. He has to be out. Yeah. And we were used to kind of like having an opposition in parliament, whereby in opposition in parliament, we used to have like a shadow minister for finance, a shadow minister for everything from the opposition. And these shadow ministers were putting these people on check. And we kind of like did away with that, and like it now the reality come, now is not working. That is one. Then another thing which will cost Kenya a lot. Constitution, it doesn't like it is passed today and you start to realize it's matunda right now. It is a working process. Yeah. For America to achieve that their democracy where they are, it did not just like started like now. This thing, if you see, they wrote their constitution in, I think it was in 1787. That's when their constitution was written. And it was adopted in 4th July, 1776. If you check all those, I don't think like by 1776 until now, things are the same. Things have really changed. Yeah. And during from 4th July, when it was adopted, 1776 until now, they've only made 27 amendments. And the amendments they've made are very, very minor, and they're very sensitive on those ones. But in Kenya, if it doesn't work, we have to change it. Yeah. Like now, their constitution has taken 10 years. Yeah. And I don't think that it was right for us to change the executive. Yeah. Even if we were to change the executive, that one could have been problem, but expanding the executive was not a good idea for Kenya. Yeah. Because Kenya is a ethnic kind of like country. Is a country born on ethnicity. So, and if now you want to say that because we keep on fighting and we are going to reward these people, so which means if you are rewarding, we will be rewarding the bigger tribes, right?
Yeah.
And that's not fair. How will you reward somebody coming from Isiolo to become a president? Okay, people from Isiolo are going to give you a prime minister. The larger tribes are not going to accept that. Yeah, they will say no. What they are bringing on the election package, that's way much less number that we cannot accept him to be the prime minister. You know, so expanding of the executive is making me to say no to BBI, and I know it's going to pass.
You know,
that's not going to solve our problem.
Well, Mr.
You
Yaga.
know, yes. Felix.
Sorry, I'm back.
We can hear you now.
I have disengaged my video because I realized my network is not so strong. Now, on this issue of BBI, I was trying to say, and maybe I'll not go back there. Let me pick it from where my brother Benson has just left it. You see, the problem in Kenya is not even the constitution. And I want to disagree with them objectively that changing the constitution is not even a problem. Our problem is that we are not honest. We are not sincere with what we are doing. If you listen carefully, you will realize that the Constitution 2010, you will be told that there was Bomas draft and there was Naivasha what. You see, which means the Constitution 2010 is not the real thing, or is not the real intention of why we were changing the Constitution in the first place. If you have a look at the BBI, you'll realize there is a BBI original and a BBI fake. So these are some of the things that are really hindering our progress. And now when we come to implementation of the Constitution, after all those dramas, if you ask me today, has the 2010 Constitution been implemented to warrant any change to it? I'll tell you no, it has not been implemented. Not even 60% of it has been implemented. And here we are rushing to change it. Well, no problem. What informs the changes we make to the Constitution? That is where we have the problem. Now, when you come to BBI and you ask me, do you think BBI is going to sort the problem of post-election violence? I'll tell you no. What causes trouble in Kenya after every election is not, I don't see much of it addressed in the BBI. Right now, we are talking of BBI, Nini. Let us pass the BBI now. Like my brother Benson is saying it's going to pass. After that, you will see us on the street blaming IBC. IBC is bad. IBC must go. You see? Which means, even as we speak now, we all know that our problem is not addressed in the BBI. When you talk of a winner takes it all, for instance, how is it addressed in the BBI? To me, I would wish that if at all the BBI wanted to address the issue of the winner takes it all, maybe we have the prime minister coming from this person called opposition leader. No. But now you're in the same coalition. You arrange yourselves how you are going to take these positions. Then you tell us that now it's going to address the issue of the winner takes it all. It doesn't. It simply means I'll be having Benson in my camp. I have Ayaga. I have maybe Mutua somewhere. I have, you see, then we go to the election. So there is lack of honesty there is lack of honesty in the process of changing the constitution. There is lack of, even after we get it, that constitution, there is lack of constitutionalism. Just the same way we talk of nationality without the nationalism, you see, it will never help us. How I wish Kenyans should just boldly come out one day and say, this is not what we want. This is not our problem. Our problem is this. Handshake, it is true that handshake cooled down the temperatures. That we all appreciate. But to the extent of now, BBI, let us change the constitution. Right now, even the supporters of that BBI are confused. When you are being told Sijui County A debated a different copy of the BBI to County Sijui B, Sijui County Sijui whatever, you see. So let us just be realistic. Let us implement, let us always endeavor to implement the constitution we have in place before we rush to make the changes, because most of these changes are very unnecessary and are very relevant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me help you a little bit with the issue of there is 2 BBI. That is a pure propaganda. No one has ever come and even show us that the one I hold here is the fake one, and the one that is discussed somewhere is the original. That's a pure propaganda. You know where it might come from. So hiyo hata discuss. Number 2, winner take it all. So number 2, and if they have, the people who have those two different, they can tell us this is the fake one, this is the original one. So, and we compare the notes. Kama kuna tofauti in those articles that are being affected, that is a pure propaganda, my brother Felix. Number 2, winner takes it all. Winner take it all is not through executive, who becomes prime minister, who becomes what. The winner take it all is like what Benson was saying. We copy paste American Constitution and it's not working for us. You know, in American, if you are defeated, if you become number 2, you are irrelevant and you should go and rest.
Rest.
Yeah, yeah. So there is majority leader here. The majority leader who is, let us, Jubilee is the government. Yeah. The majority leader that should be the opposition leader in government is from Jubilee. That's what we are talking about with winner take it all. Nobody is opposing the government. You left you left opposition with somebody called minority leader, somebody who is not even funded in the first place. He has no shadow cabinets. He can do nothing. While the real person that should actually oppose the government should be led by a person called majority leaders in both houses. They should put government in check. Look what Murkomen did. He praised the government up to a point. When he came back to his senses, he was removed. Look Ndwali. He was always loyal and praising the numbers they have, pushing the government agenda instead of putting a government in check and people are now coming from nowhere and saying, no, you know, Raila is the problem. Raila should come to oppose us. The opposition should be funded. Number 1, through security. It should have an office where you go, even with the people we call the whistleblowers. You cannot go and give you have seen a corruption taking place. You can only give opposition leader. He will go and make such statement in parliament. There is that effect of making that in parliament, in the floor, rather than making it along the roads. Ulisikia Alwale akiambia Mdavadi ati, you look away of joining the government. Hizi vitu unatuambia about economy through media address here and there, nobody will hear you. You are making noise. Get away. If you say that thing in parliament, there is an effect. So we have no opposition. Whoever forms a government, he is the opposition, he is the government, he is the everything in government. No. That is what we mean by winner take it all. Look at those committees. Look at the committee. The committees that should check the government, like JLAC, yeah, the Constitutional Committee, is chaired by somebody from Jubilee. Yeah.
Seconded by
Otiende Amolo the other day. After now they have realized. After they have realized, Otienda Molo was made the chairman the other day, after they have realized that it is not working. Parliament, that's why they are saying Parliament has been swallowed by it is the Constitution. It is the Constitution. It is nothing else.
No, Ayaga is.
I am in disagreement with you, brother.
Felix,
Yes.
let me correct Ayaga. Ayaga is not the Constitution. It's not the Constitution. The problem is the leadership, because when you look at the way the executive, let's say the executive is out of the parliament, they're not in the legislature, right? Check the kind of system they took from American Constitution. When especially like when the Democrats, they did not have the presidency, there was a time they did not have the presidency, they did not have the house, both the houses, but still they could put the government on check. And this usually happens through the chief whip, the majority leader. Like by then it was Jack, is now Jack Schumer. Jack was the minority leader, who was, each and every time when they get something from president, they would start an investigation. There was an investigation about the Ukraine, the call that he made. Yeah, and this one went, and it the impeachment was what was done, right? Yeah, that was that. They called that. Every time the executive go wrong, the House of Representatives and the Senate will have to listen. And that is not happening in Kenya. The reason why it's not happening in Kenya, not because the constitution is bad. No, it's because the leaders that we elect are not very loyal to their country. They're not loyal to their citizens. They defend themselves. If they steal, they defend. But the constitution lays out on the people who steal from government what should be done to them. It's not the constitution. It's the people that we elect. You serve the interests of the big man, the sycophancy that we are seeing, because they don't want to lose election. It's not the constitution. It's not the constitution.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and Mr. Yaga, when you talk about the constitution, I also just want to maybe strengthen what Benson has said. Our constitution, have a look at Article 94, role of Parliament. So we cannot talk of, or maybe 95, role of National Assembly to be specific. One of the roles is oversight. And when they are elected, they all know they are going to oversight. Who are they going to oversight? The executive. So they cannot get there and start playing games the way they want. Then later on come back to us and we sympathize with them like you are now sympathizing with them. Instead of telling them they are the problem, you are telling them the constitution is the problem. Constitution is not the problem. Problem is pure leadership. That is where the problem lies. And to this, I don't even want to blame the leaders. I want to blame ourselves who elect them. Mahatma Gandhi said, if a fool is in leadership, then it means the people who elected him are well represented. You see, yeah. So I blame ourselves, the electorate, for having elected the incompetent leaders who only go there to please the executive and fail to do their work.
And another thing that I want to remind Ayaga, one thing that usually happens, immediately you get elected, your status change, and your status change, you become state officer. You serve, the reason why you are called the state officer is that you serve the interest of the people. Yeah. Yeah. So like if you like you are an ODM member or you are a Jubilee member and you are elected, one thing that happens is that you become the state officer of the Kenyan as a country, whereby if the executive is not doing what it's supposed to be doing as a state officer, you have to defend the state. So nyinyi hata kama mna support BBI ayaga ni sawa, itapita, lakini naamini hapa kwa moyo wangu wote ni kwamba hakuna kitu itabadilika Kenya. Hakuna.
No. My friend, we are in a process of revolution. We are like a young kid. Eh? The US we are talking about is almost 2 century-year-old democracy. We are only Jubilee 50. My friend, we still need to fall, rise, fall again, and fall and rise. The problem we have, even look, since the Jubilee enters power, even myself, I don't believe that BBI actually will solve all of our problems, but at least some. Yeah. If only Jubilee government was genuine of solving problems of this nation, there are so many reports in this country that should have been actually made to work, like Ndungu Land Report, Kriegler. The other one is which one? The Kriegler and Sijui which one?
We have
those
like Bethel
reports,
Kiplagat.
Yeah. Those reports actually solve the problem of Kenya. They solve this thing called ethnicity. They solve economical, what now they call the national shared prosperity, such things, economic and whatever. I've read them. If only we can implement those reports. And who was the majority leader? Aden Duale. Aden Duale could have just tabled those things on the parliament, my friend. Let us call a spade a spade. If only...
Ayaga. I don't think Adan Duale has a problem. I wanna give you a different scenario, and so many people might not understand. Might think that I'm talking something that is not real. When you read more about America is a state whereby the black people, like, they usually have wrath towards the police, right? They're being shot each and every time, yeah. And when Trump came, it was so bad, like they were talking very bad about him, like he's not doing anything. But like when Joe Biden came, if you look at like so many like around 10 cases that have happened to the black young men, right? So the problem is the system. The system, yeah. The way you are complaining to Adan Duale that he did not table these reports. Some of these reports were done even when Adan Duale was not the majority leader. Yeah, he was not. Some of these reports were done when he was not. And if the system or the people in the leadership are not willing to do that, Felix talked about we are not very genuine. We don't even trust our Kenyans. We don't even trust ourselves. I don't trust myself. We are not very genuine. Yeah. And one thing that kills us is about sycophancy. And the sycophancy is like something is very wrong. And I cannot say it because I will lose election. And you can testify to me how MPs from Nyanza alone the things that they cannot touch. And this is where I question their leadership. I can remember, especially Millie Odhiambo. I cannot remember that. Babu Owena, the way they abused President Uhuru Kenyatta by then. The presidency, and this is something that brings us together, the symbol of unity. you abuse the president, you say all manner of things. But I don't know where things change until now. They're the best. Yeah, the president is now the best. So that sycophancy and not being genuine to ourselves, that's what is killing us. So my friend Ayaga, I know your BBI is going to win, but we will come on this platform again. Don't complain. Don't go on the street. All the things are going to be solved.
And maybe to add something on that, Mr. Yaga, you have told us
Yes,
that
yes.
if you check at the Dumu report, you check at the Kriegler report, they solve most of the issues that have been duplicated in the BBI thing, and you have stressed that if only we could implement these reports, then we could be having no need for BBI. But now, if you believe that solution to our problems as Kenyans lies in either the Dumus report, the Kriegler's report, or both of them, why then do you come to support BBI? If we believe as Kenyans that our problems can be solved through these reports, then let us say no to BBI and demand for the implementation of those reports. What is wrong with that? So you see, we have a problem as the citizens. We know very well where our problem is. We know what can solve it. Have a look at the Kriegler's report, what it says about constitution of electoral body. What are we doing right now? How many months do we have to elections? You see. So why do we shift to this BBI when we know these reports can solve? Can we come out as the citizens and say no to this BBI and demand for implementation of these reports, if that is what can solve our problems?
My friend, unless we have Magufuli, if Magufuli come back to life and arrive in Kenya and become Kenyan president, I think we can implement such reports. But as we speak, as we
okay,
as
then
we
at
speak
least
now, as we speak now, as we speak now, the
it's
leadership of this
impossible.
country is not interested on those reports because they are mentioned advancedly on those reports. You cannot
But
arrest
then
yourself. You cannot arrest yourself.
I'm still on
And
you.
the people who should does that, every time they contested election, they complain that their election has been blocked. Their winning, their win or their victories have been
Victory was
blocked by
stolen.
deep state.
But then why do we keep on dancing after these people? Because from what you are saying, and that is the situation in Kenya. But now, having known that, why do we keep dancing behind them? You are now here supporting BBI. Why do you do so? Abstain from it. Let them do their thing.
My friend, my country cannot be destroyed in my eye. If I don't be part of it, it will affect me. It will.
Okay.
I can't let them do whatever they want. I must be part of that problem, so
But
that
from your
these guys won't
submission,
be. These guys won't
from your
belong for long. Eh?
but from your submission, Mr. Yaga,
Uh-huh.
it sounds like you are supporting BBI. There is nothing wrong with that. The only problem is when we put you to task to explain to us how supporting BBI is really protecting this nation you love so much that you don't want to sit down and see taking a wrong direction. You are referring us to the Kriegler report. You are referring us to the Ndungu report as the solution. Why do you support BBI if you know so well it is not solving our problem?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm supporting BBI. Number one, BBI talks about youth commission that will be formed. He has never been. There is no youth commission that have ever been in this country discussing youth issues. Here in the new article 237A talks about that. We have what we call the tax. tax holidays for youths. If actually that thing can happen to this nation, only that we should have not been talking about bottom up. These policies now we are talking about, then after election we dump them. Let us have that. We channel money to the youths. We give them that free tax holidays. They do their business. We will generate economy. We will boost our economy. So there is so many things I support on BBI. Yeah, so many. And there are things even I myself, as a human being, I disagree with. There are so many things. Are you getting me?
Yes.
I'm getting
Yeah.
you, and I'm really waiting for you to finish
Yeah.
so that I pick it up.
There are so many things I, as a human being, in this report I disagree with. But because there is like 60% of this report is good, I will support it.
Ayaga.
And yeah.
Ayaga, my brother, there is nothing
Yes,
60% of a good report there. And you need to know, with the confusion that I was listening to Orengo today. Is it today or yesterday?
No,
and
the
Otiende
previous.
Amolo.
Yes, it was
No. They went somewhere. Let me show you.
The place where
went
they were
somewhere
beaten.
and they were talking about. Can you see this?
Yes.
Have you listened to this conversation?
I think it was in Nyatike, kind of.
Yeah, in Nyatike or Migori County.
Yes.
That is when you know this thing is really, really not. They're all confused because you cannot tell us in bunge umeona kitu kibaya kwenye BBI. Then Orengo gets a very negative reaction. Then the day later, you're trying to pacify and telling us BBI will pass. Let me tell you guys, in fact, Felix and Benson, you've made my night. My brothers from the river, and they do not support BBI. Pull Ayaga along because he seems to be, there is not 60%. Youth Commission, come on. Ayaga, don't let me down. You know, I told you I'm my second husband. You cannot support something
very soon.
You cannot support something, even people that we hold high in our society are flip-flopping from one side to the other, because many people look at Orengo for leadership. And I told you last time, if Otiende Amolo stands as a presidential candidate, I would give him my vote. You know why? He has a sound mind. You know why? He has sense. But because of sycophancy, he's not able to separate his leadership skills from the sycophancy of Baba. And to be honest with you, and I know people will bash me, if Ruto, Uhuru, Raila, Mudavadi, Wetangula exited our political space, Kenya would be in a good place. But as long as we have Kalonzo, as long as we have these fools, we are doomed, my dear. So don't support BBI. There is no 60%. It's all bad. Watu waangushe.
And Mr. Yaga, you are talking of, you have mentioned tax holiday and National Youth Commission, and concluded it with 60% good. Now, let me ask you about this tax holiday. You are told as a youth, go and register a company, you'll be given a tax holiday. Even as we speak, we have very many youths owning these companies. Ask them, how many tenders have they won in the in government entities through the Agpo thing? Most of them will be crying. Here you are given a tax holiday. After that holiday, you will be subjected to taxation like any other business. You have not done any business throughout that tax holiday, and here you are telling me that tax holiday is making you support BBI. We are talking
Philip.
of National Youth Commission. We are talking of
Philip.
National Youth Commission. Yes.
Philip, your point is very valid. Ask Ayaga how many young people in Kenya have got capital even to start that business, so
Even
that
to
he
start that
celebrates for
business.
the same.
You talk of National Youth Commission.
Uh-huh.
We have the National Youth Council. Why do we have it? And as we speak, are you aware that council is not funded? The National Youth Council is not funded. How sure are you that this National Youth Commission is going to make your life better?
It was disbanded after Kinagor Sungume served with it. Gor Sebelang.
Ayaga, stop making excuses. You know those things were put in the BBI as sweeteners. But I can tell you, once we get what these leaders want, and you can see with what Raila has done now, when people in Kenya need him most, to tell the government, come on, we cannot continue. Let's pause. Let us support these people during the COVID time. Let's buy vaccine. Wote wanasema lazima BBI iende wakati watu wanakufa Kenya. Come on, Ayaga, you have to convert, my brother.
Mr. Ayaga.
Yes.
Mimi yani sijui nikwambie nini.
Niambie
BBI. Kwa sababu mimi huwa naangalia Mkenya kama mimi ambaye anapitia. You cannot tell me that we are fighting for BBI, then in Turkana there's a kid who's still learning under a tree. You cannot tell me that we support the BBI, yet we see millions of shillings are being stolen from the money, from the government.
Preach it, brother. Go on, Benson. Good. It's very good what you're saying.
You cannot tell me a BBI that around midnight watu wanabomolewa nyumba wa Kenya, instead of like telling wa Kenya tunawatoa hapa. Yeah? And unaniambia itasaidia. There's something that we do have, and I want to give you a history because like I was born in Kisumu all my life. I've spent in Kisumu, went high school in Kisumu, went in college in Kisumu, employed in Kisumu, doing his own business in Kisumu. You know, there's something that we tend to forget, and what we tend to forget is that we've had this kind of notion like Baba has to be a president. Whether he has made some mistake, there sometimes he made comments that are very mistake, but to us we feel it's very right. You know, even when we look at the process of the BBI until it reached here, my one question is: there are men and women who lost their husband, mothers who lost their kids. Some of them are walking with the bullets in their bodies. But when the people greeted their hands and the country came down, there was no appreciation and like, just go and tell these young people, oh, this was not the way we should be doing it. But like the people, immediate friends were appointed in the government ministerial positions, and like the poor young Kisumians who were shot dead, who lost their husband, they never get something. And the BBI came. How is the BBI going to solve that?
Benson.
Yeah.
Benson.
Yes.
I tend to think that BBI is being brought to solve all those problems you are talking about. Like you mentioned a school, where students are learning under a tree. When there is good distribution of funding in those areas through BBI, that increase whatever. The governors, the governor, and the leadership of the county will see into it. Will see into it. The people are
okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you are saying that you've lived in Kisumu. The big question that you need to ask yourself: why
Why? Kwa nini watu waliuliwa, vijana waliuliwa Kizumu? What were they fighting for?
They were not fighting for constitution.
What were they fighting for?
What
Yes.
they were fighting for?
Yes.
What they were fighting for their rights for election. And let us just be clear.
What do you mean their rights for right of election?
Okay. Now,
yes.
Let me tell you the reason why those people were fighting. They were fighting because they were told their victory was stolen.
Was it not stolen? Was it not stolen?
It was stolen.
Okay, continue.
And if the victory was stolen, and the victory was stolen when the 2010 Constitution, who made it possible that they said this is going to solve our issue, was voted in, right? Right? And it still did not work. So the problem is not with the Constitution.
So should
No,
let me just finish.
Seth and Ben. One second. You know what, Ben? I've listened to Benson talk for the last 1 hour, and he's driving the same message that I tell you guys. The problem is not our constitution. The problem is not the BBI. The problem is our election being not transparent. If we resolved that issue, eti koti ikisema tufungue server tunafungua. Eti returning officer mimi nikivote anaeka ballot yangu. Raila akishinda, Raila akuwe declared as a winner.
Nancy, sema deep state. Wachana mambo ya election. Sema deep state.
Pastor,
okay.
Let me talk to Rev.
Okay.
Felix, just give me time. There's something that I want to drive to Rev. Rev.
Yes.
What I was saying is this. The problem, despite the victory that was stolen, it was not about the constitution that's made their victory to be stolen. You know that?
Yep.
That was not it. That did not make the people because the constitution was bad. That would make that. The problem is the leadership, the people that we put onto leadership. Yeah, and we are not very genuine with ourselves. Even the people in leadership that claim that the constitution that we have is bad, some of them have never obeyed. They went against the same constitution. And for us to achieve what we want to have a very good country is not the constitution. And earlier, what I said was about another problem that we have. You see, this is not working. We are doing with the copy paste. When you look at our constitution,
Benson, what is the way forward? To you, it is not a constitution. It's not a BBI.
Yeah.
How do we bring these good people you and Nancy are talking about?
The good people, Rev, you are a servant of God, and you know how to inherit the kingdom of God. There's a way forward that God has laid out on you to inherit the kingdom of God. One of the things is that you have to get salvation. Yeah, salvation, right? And if you're doing wrong, you know very well that I'm doing wrong. Somebody need not to tell you that you're doing wrong. If you know you are electing somebody who is a straightforward, you know. If somebody is lying to you, you know. So the way forward.
Have we not been electing people whom we wanted? And what happened at the end of the day?
The people who we wanted never been elected because it starts by.
No, we elected them. No, they've never been elected. We are electing them. We are voting for them. Then at the end of the day,
you voted for sycophancy. The people who do not stand by you.
You cannot blame the big population of Kenya to be voting for sycophancy.
How?
Benson, I will put you to task to ask for forgiveness. We are voting people based on their blueprint. But at the end of the day, they are dark forces. So tell me, how do we deal with these dark forces?
Let me tell you. Do you want to tell me, like the dark forces? Do you want to tell me when you're electing an MP who does not even come to do something that listens to their party leader? You say that is a dark force? Somebody who gives a bursary of 3,000 this year, when coming here next 2022, you elect the same person? Somebody who does not dig a borehole?
Where is this bursary coming from?
It's coming
you cannot give what you don't have.
But if you check, they are given money.
And again, it's about the population where you are representing.
Rev,
Yes.
let me help Benson. You know, that's where now the problem is. Suppose Rarieda, where I'm coming from, we have never voted for psychophants.
Yeah, just imagine.
Never.
Just imagine Benson.
We
Benson.
had Tuju, then we have Nicholas Gumbo, then after Nicholas Gumbo, now we have Otiende Amolo. We have never voted for psychophants.
But of all the people you've counted
My
there,
problem-
let me say, of the people you've counted Tuju, you've counted Otiende Amolo. I'm for those two people.
My question, second question.
Yeah.
You are talking about an MP giving out 3,000 bursary, right? Yeah. All constituencies, regardless of the population, they are given 100 million, right? A constituency, for example, in Wajir has 25,000 population. 25,000 population, Yeah. In Rareda, where I come from, we are about 90. If you are given a million shilling, you want to tell me a MP in Wajir giving like 20 million as a bursary and Otiende Amolo giving maybe 3,000 or 5,000? Is Otiende Amolo the problem?
The same example you are giving, the late Ken Okoth. You know the late Ken Okoth?
I know.
In Kibra, and you know the changes that this guy made. What can you say about that? With the little,
changes,
with the
changes
little that
compared with who? Compared with who?
Compare with other MPs, even in Nairobi. Just take an example in Nairobi, Ken Okoth in Nairobi, what Ken Okoth did within the period he was an MP with other MPs, you can see a change and see like this guy is doing something.
My friend in Nairobi, let me tell you the truth. Even where I'm sitting here is Embakasi West constituency. My MP is Deuri. Deuri found all these schools wametengenezwa, they are fenced, water iko. Kitu anafanya ni kuweka swimming pool. You cannot tell me
na kupaka rangi.
Na kupaka rangi. You cannot tell me Otiende Amolo in Rareda and somebody in Turkana Lokichogyo, where you are talking about people learning under the tree, at yule jamaa aende achimbie wale wanasoma under the tree wachimbiwe swimming pool.
Then
you cannot compare Nairobi with anywhere.
Okay, with the same example, I want to give you example. Let me just give another example. Otiende Amolo you're talking about with the small money. How many times did we see Otiende Amolo putting up houses for the people who are not well off? And that's what the leadership is all about. They're doing something that is seeable. If your leadership cannot bring change, then you need not to be on a leadership. It doesn't matter.
How do you know that other MPs are not doing that? Okay, now Ken Okoth, listen to me, Ken. You are Benson. You are not divinity. You are not God who is seeing everything.
No,
like my MP Kaluma. Kaluma is even inheriting wives and helping the widows. So it's not that development.
That's development, but you know what, Rev? You know what, Rev?
Tell me.
What? What is there that this is something that I can tell you for free, and I know not all the MPs, maybe let me withdraw that all, but like there's a percentage of MPs, yeah, that are very sycophant.
Finally, Benson, before we let Felix talk, let me help you. Ken Okoth was a member of parliament in Kibra mostly in the first term of Jubilee when Jubilee came to power. Now, a lot and with the money you are hearing about NYS, all those programs were started in Kibra. Let me tell you, the roads, the water project, and Waiguru, this one take to the bank, and Waiguru, they were all eyes in Kibra to prove Raila wrong. Putting toilets, putting everything. So you cannot give credit to Ken Okoth. It's like what is happening to Nyong'o. Nyong'o is a governor of Kisumu, Sahi, when there is that handshake, Uhuru has taken a lot of goodies down there. So he's taking all the credit. But in the real sense, you need to look deep into these things. So Ken Okoth was giving
the Makadi High School.
Ayaga, we can give credit to Ken Okoth. He is a good administrator. He is a good administrator. Secondly, Ken Okoth had friends all over, not in Kenya, and he was able to solicit some funds outside through friends to come and help the destitute children. Credit we can give him, because he's a leader who knows how to utilize the little fund from the government, and also is able to solicit from outside for the benefit of his constituents. So Ken Okoth deserves applaud.
The fact remains, most of the project, mostly the roads and the water, was taken by the devolution ministry and Waiguru, and that's where that ministry swindle our money. Let us say the truth.
We agreeing with you that Ken inherited, and actually government is like gave a lot of money to Kibra because of the status of Kibra. But Ken provided that leadership. He did that. And he did not end there. He went on to solicit some funds. So Ken deserves to get greater applause.
Not Ken. The Ministry of Devolution.
That's what I'm saying. Apart from that, Ken provided the leadership and the good administration of that funds. That's what I said.
Ayaga, I have to leave.
Why?
So Benson, we need BBI. If we cannot deal, listen to me, if we cannot deal with the deep state, those black forces, then we should find a better ways on how we also get money to the local people.
Reverend.
You see, so listen to me. Yes, what do you want to say before you go? You call me, I'm listening. Yes.
To me, the problem is not BBI. Even if I accept today that I accept the BBI.
So the problem, BBI is good. So the problem.
The problem we have is the leadership. Who is going to implement this BBI? And some of the things that I feel like executive that is being expanded, no, that I don't like.
Benson, it will be implemented, but the question is, my word, it will be implemented. Orengo amesema, nani amesema, it will be implemented, but will it solve the problems of Kenyans? That's the thing.
No.
I beg to come in now, Mr.
Niende class. Nataka kufundisha watoto wengine.
Kabla uende sikiza Felix kwanza.
Felix.
Yes, it will be fair to listen to
mwalimu,
me. I can see. I can see Mr. Yes, Rev.
And Mr. Yaga, you have given good examples in support of BBI, and Mr. Yaga has told us in Rarieda, for instance, the population there is about 90,000, and he has given a comparison to Garissa, where we have about 25,000.
In Lagdera constituency.
Yes. How is BBI addressing that? Number two.
No.
You. Just a minute. I gave you people time when you are giving a point.
No, you read BBI fast. It's like you would not read it. So don't take us back, my brother. Ask another thing.
No. Rev. Let him ask. Just let him ask the question.
Number two, people have not been fighting because of the constitution, just like Benson was trying to put it. People have been fighting after elections because of lack of free
transparency. Yes, we agree with that. Yes.
Yes. How is this addressed in the BBI? Asking you this doesn't mean I have not read the BBI. And number three, you are talking of BBI is good because it's going to deal with the issue of a deep state. Where? In which part of the BBI?
Who said that?
It's you.
Orwa.
It's you. Yeah.
No. I said, listen to me. Where is Benson? Benson said, why do we support BBI and yet there's a school somewhere, there's a school somewhere without a building? And I said, BBI will solve those kind of problems people are facing. But my greatest concern myself was the deep state. We can pass the BBI, but are we going to solve the problem of the black dark forces behind our elections? That is my concern. So don't say it's something which I did not say. Ayaga is here. I never said BBI will solve that.
Thank you very much.
My worry.
Answer those.
Felix.
Mr. Yaga, it is good. Yes, Mr. Yaga.
Felix. Let me answer you for the first question. I think by now, if actually you have read this BBI, in terms of the example I gave between Rarieda and Lagdera constituency in Wajir, that's why we want fair representation. We should not have a 90,000 population in a constituency represented by one MP. That's why we are proposing for more constituencies. That is the solution there. That at least an MP have a maximum of around 50,000, a maximum. Go to where Ndidi Nyoro, where Ndidi Nyoro is the MP in Kiharu. Do you know in Kiharu they have almost 300,000 voters, leave alone children's voters. Voters is 18 people and above. Tell me, these guys, if you give them 1 million, that guy will give you a bursary of 1,000. Will you blame him?
Si BBI pia inaongeza pesa kwa county kushughulikia hiyo mambo. Tell Felix that.
No. Mr. Yaga, I understand I'm now alone.
Go bring Nancy. Where is Nancy?
There was time I was alone and I would stand on the way.
we enjoyed it. Now, you have given an example of Ndindi Nyoro, but I'll take you back to Siaya. BBI, out of the new constituencies proposed, I see Siaya only has one. If you compare the population of Rarieda, where you come from, and that of Ugunja, for instance, the population of Ugunja outweighs that of Rarieda. Sindio?
Yeah.
BBI gives Siaya County as a whole just a single constituency.
Alego Usonga,
do you think
because Alego Usonga is about 100, yeah?
Yes. Now, the same way, if you listen to Ndindi Nyoro, he will tell you despite of that bigger population, he's not sure if out of the constituencies that are proposed in the BBI, either one of them or two falls within his jurisdiction. Now, the problem we have with the BBI,
Kiaru is being divided. Leave alone propaganda machine from Tanga. Kiaru is
the problem I have with BBI. Now, let me be sincere with you. Have a look at Homa Bay County, where I come from. Go to Ndiwa constituency and go
the
to
voters of Akuba. You are here.
And go to Rachuenyo constituency. How is BBI addressing that population in Rachuenyo constituency and population in Ndiwa constituency? Those are two constituencies with over 80,000 voters alone.
You see all those, all those consideration is what Orengo, Otiende Amolo, and led by Okongo Mogeni, they are arguing. When they are arguing, what you are telling us now, people call them rebels. People saying, oh, ODM is divided. Those are the same thing these guys are arguing.
Are talking about,
Yeah. So they are saying, this thing is good, yes. This function is a function of IBC of reviewing the boundaries of constituencies. Take this thing to IBC. So when IBC is well represented, or well as all commissioners, they go by the latest census results and then divide the constituencies. You might have after that, I'm a talker. After that, after that, Homa Bay might have two. Orengo akisema hii sahihi na kina nani mnasema ni mbaya. Hakuna, ODM is just united. These people are just one is arguing that this function is we should not put in constitution. Kuna ile commission inafaa work out on this. Yeah. That's where Orengo is. Atea.
And that is where I am too.
Even me, I am there. Because Otiende Amolo is there, I am there.
Even Angel is there.
No, me, I'm not there. Me, in fact, Reverend said, I have come with argument. You have made me to join the show and I'm not feeling well. And this is my argument to you.
I'll pray for you.
I said it earlier that if this BBI, it will be led with different people leaders in Kenya, I will have to pass BBI. And if it is just the same people.
So Angel, you are telling Angel, you are telling us. Angel, you are telling us that. Angel, you are telling us that BBI is good, but you will not pass it because of the people behind it. Is that what you are saying?
Yes. Yes.
BBI is good. Okay.
Yes.
Ayaga, she's there too. BBI is good.
So let me tell you this. Reverend, you have said that there is some children somewhere learning under trees at BBI is coming to defend them. Let me ask you a question.
Solve the problem. Solve the problem.
Yes, to
because
solve.
There is a there's a proposal.
Yes.
Order, guys.
Wait
Angela,
for my
please,
question to come.
Angela, 1 minute.
Wait for my question to come.
I'm helping you. Rev, Skiza.
I'm listening.
No, you wait for my question. Wait for my question, Ayaga. My question is, the same people controlling the funds right now that they have that opportunity to build those schools are the same people who will be in BBI. So what is the difference if they could just do it now than wait for that time for BBI? The same people
Angela, I
No,
don't
Rev,
understand you. I
wait a
don't.
minute. Wait
Yes.
a minute. The same people with the BBI, now people are dying with COVID. They have those funds. They can't fund people. They can't support mwananchi wa chini. They wait people to suffer and then they pass BBI is when they'll help those people. No. Really, it won't happen. Our leaders are not leading us well and they are not giving us the right direction, and we are very disappointed. I wish, Reverend Seth, you could have come from Brazil to Kenya. I will vote for you.
Thank you very much, Rev.
I'm sorry.
Rev,
I was waiting for the question, but anyway, I'm so grateful because already I'm having a vote.
Oh, thank you very much.
You are having my vote if it is not Raila, Uhuru, Ruto, Kalonzo, Orengo, all those, if they are not in front there, you will have my vote. But if they are there, you don't have my vote.
As Raila stolen your goat. Aye, Angel. As Raila stolen your goat. Tell me. Raila's been a victim. And please don't incorporate him with other people. He has suffered.
Reverend.
Yes.
Reverend.
Oh, yes.
Said,
yes.
Reverend.
Yes.
Wacha tusikie either Gi ama Tea. Who is ready between Gi and Tea? Atuya.
I've been here for a while.
Atuya? Who is speaking?
Gi is ready.
Atuya is speaking.
Okay.
Atuya is speaking. Give him a minute or like 2-3 minutes.
I just joined the call. I was just watching before I saw the good reverend lying to fellow Kenyans. I just had to join him. How on earth are you lying to Kenyans that BBI will be solving the issue of classrooms, of not having classrooms in Mashinani? Under what rationale are you trying to explain that? How will BBI solve such an issue? Because if you will lie to Kenyans that more resources will be sent to counties, the current Kenyan constitution provides for a leeway that the government can send more than 15% to counties. It does not need a referendum for Mr. Kenyatta to send 70% of the resources to counties. So lying to us that BBI will legislate that is a lie. It does not need a constitution. And as a good man of God, stop lying to Kenyans, please. Number two,
you are done.
Number
two,
I'm
waiting for him.
I also had Ayaga lying to
Kenyans.
Nancy
is back. She's back.
I also had Ayaga lying to Kenyans that by increasing the number of constituencies, it means that there will be equitability in terms of resource sharing. Instead of increasing the number of MPs in parliament, why can't we come up with a formula that if a constituency has 300,000 members, it should get more money led by the same one MP? We come up with a formula that the more the population, the more the resources they get. Instead of having a bloated parliament, having more thieves in parliament, creating more positions for the thieves, why can't we channel the resources to the people? Instead of having 600 MPs, we can then say, because you said some MPs, you gave an example of Ndindi Nyoro, instead of getting 100 million, he should get the money that is equal to the population that he leads, instead of dividing that and creating a position for another thief. So BBI is not here to solve our problems, but BBI is here to create positions for thieves, of which I know our good reverend is not. So when you find a man of God supporting such a wrong document, it's alarming. So I really want answers on how BBI will solve that and how the current Kenyan constitution bars from the same from happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I let the Reverend to answer, I hope Reverend note all the answers down. But your problem, maybe you join us late. We talked of about this thing you guys are saying that president can increase in his own pollution. We gave an example of Uasin Gishu, that president gave Mandago, for example, kwa sababu Mandago between 2013 to 2017, they were supporting government, he was given like 25%. But Turkana, where you guys are insinuating, because Nanok was in ODM, he was given 15%. If you increase the if let us have a level ground, fair playing ground. Give Nanok 15, give 35, give Mandago 35, and then let us see what those guys can do. Don't unmute your microphone. I'm just giving you a direction what we were talking about. More funds, like you are saying about to create more MPs. I think the commission of inquiry was here with us. I think that idea was well with the Tanga Tanga or the people who are opposed to this. Tell me even one memorandum where you went before the commission, because me, I have mine, where you went before this commission to to suggest this, that the constituencies with higher population should get more money than the constituencies with less population. But if you never do that, my friend, utatugive a break. Gi, kwa sababu nataka Reverend awaansa wote pamoja. Gi, unmute your microphone. Go ahead.
Unmute your microphone, Gi.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Nice show here. So mi nikubalisha nichanganya kizungu huwa nanichanganya mara ingine. So I think Atuya was stealing my notes because she just said exactly what I wanted to say. But first, as I wait for Reva to come and answer some of those questions, one of the main problem why we came up with the BBI is the issue of election. And because in 2017, Baba's victory was stolen. Also in 2013, also in 2007. So my question is, are you telling me if we happen to have to pass this BBI, what if they still Baba's victory in 2022? Are you saying that he'll say is okay? Is this what the BBI is supposed to mean? Because it might happen again. If it happened for the last 3-4 times, it'll happen again. There's no reason why it will not happen again. Number two, because I follow the campaign for both Uhuru, Jubilee, and NASA. They all promise free education. So why are you even talking about bursaries? For how long are they how long are they planning to keep us to make sure that we are poor so that they can continue talking about bursaries? We don't need bursaries. We need free education to everyone. So regardless of the population, we need what they promised us, free education. In fact, Baba was saying akiingia in August, September, kalamu free, kitabu free, uniform free. Uhuru was saying the following year, the 2018 January, education will be free. So why are they talking about bursary? Also, when it comes to issue of revenue allocation, I'm from Kiambu County, and our population, everybody knows. But here's the problem: the way revenue is shared, it's not only about population; it's also about poverty index, surface delivery. For example, let's say we are buying something from Nairobi. It'll take 5 minutes to get to Kiambu. How long is it gonna take, and how long is it gonna cost to get to Wajir? So either way, Wajir should get more, because also the counties are supposed to raise their own money through taxes. It can take 1 day to raise $1 billion in Kiambu. 1 day. How long is it going to take Wajir? So even as we talk about 1 shilling, 1 vote, we also need to talk about service delivery. We also need to talk about, because they are supposed to everyone is supposed to raise, like I understand Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nairobi, they don't even need the 15% from the central government. They raise their own taxes. Of course, they need more, but they can survive even without the government. Wajir cannot, because they don't have resources. They don't have a way of raising money, revenue, extra money. So as we talk about, so me in my own opinion, that's why my personal, I'm not going to support this BBI because I think it is unfair. I think Kiambu, we are going to get more constituency more than other counties, but I think it is unfair. I like the way Malala said last time when we were talking about the revenue sharing. He said, even though my county is getting more, I don't want to be unfair to other people. So I think Wajir, Turkana, Lamu, Kwale, they should be allocated more because they don't have even any other way of raising money. And also service delivery. They are way too far. But if you guys think we're gonna go with this BPI, I'm from Kebbi, I don't mind. Even though I think it is unfair to other people. Who am I?
Thank
And
you
one
very
more
much.
point before I allow Reverend to talk. One more point, Mbwana Ayaga, please. Because yes, we are talking about everything else. We are gonna get more bursaries. So what if they raise the price of unga? Because they're gonna need more money. The more we create more seats, the more they're gonna need a lot of money to do all this. So that means what in this constitution protects mwananchi? Unga ikienda ipelekwe 500. Is there anything in this constitution that protects that? Sawa Yaga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Reverend ametoroka. Reverend, if it seems it has network issues. So even before Angela answer you, Angela, you want to add more question or you want to answer?
Yes, I want to add you more questions.
Go ahead.
So my question is, you are saying that you want to pass BBI. It has those extra seats for MPs, senators, and all the whatevers. Right now, I think our topic was, do we need nominated MCAs, MPs, and senators? If right now those nominated senators and MPs and MCAs, we are not seeing their work right now. So you want to tell me that when BBI passes is when they'll do?
Thank you very much.
Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kerui, there are so many questions that have been answered, and now I'm alone here. I'm alone. So before I let you speak, let me answer my brother. Atea, I think Mimi, I was done with Atea. Atea, election problems in Kenya is failure to respect the institution, like a Supreme Court. There is no court we have in Kenya more superior to Supreme Court. If Supreme Court orders you today as Guy to open the servers, even if you are the president of this nation and you refuse, that's where the problem is. I think even if they could have just opened the servers and say now, actually Uhuru won, he has the numbers are here, we could have not been talking about the institutions today. But in the essence that the Supreme Court order these guys to open the servers, They failed to do so. Up to date, we still have more questions than answers. You talk about free education. Free education, those were manifestos. Raila says immediately after election, Jubilee's Ouruto. By that time, they are singing Ouruto. So ask the Jubilee government. I mean Kanu Kanu has not formed government recently. So Kerui, relax. In fact, unmute your microphone. Population poverty index, I know. But somebody said one time in life, Mahatma Gandhi, I heard somebody quoting Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi says that you cannot slow down the horse for donkey to catch up. You cannot slow down economic percentage in Kiambu for Wajir to catch up. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot deny Kiambu what Kiambu deserve for Mandera to catch up. You cannot. That is injustice. That is economic sabotage. You cannot hold economic value of Kiambu for Wajir to catch up. You cannot. You are here several times. I'm not from Kiambu, but I will oppose you. You
What do you
cannot.
mean?
Can
I ask
that
you?
is injustice.
Can
That
I
is
ask you?
injustice. Before you ask me, somebody talked
Ayaga.
about tax. Somebody relax, Ashley.
No, the
Somebody asked
sentence
me.
you're saying, I'm not
Yeah.
understanding what you mean by you cannot hold Wajir or Kiambu
House.
captive for Wajir
You
to catch up.
cannot.
What do you mean?
You cannot hold a house for donkey to catch up. In
Can
terms
you
of economy,
expound on that?
you cannot tell me today because Guy says Kiambu can raise like 1 million on their own tax today and Wajir cannot. So give Wajir a lot of money and deny Kiambu money so that we have that balance. That is very wrong. I was never in economic school, but
By
the
the way,
people who did the people who did economy will tell you that is
Ayaga,
wrong.
you're failing terribly.
Yeah, actually, that is in the constitution. Whatever you are talking about is in the constitution. It's not something that we just created. And that's the purpose of devolution, to make sure that revenue is allocated equally. And the first thing they consider, of course, is population. Number 2 is service delivery. Number 3 is the poverty index.
And that's why
and for
Turkana
our
is
country,
that
for our
Nancy,
country
give me
to
a
be
minute.
unite.
That's why Turkana is the highest is the people who receiving the second allocation after Nairobi, not Kakamega. Am I wrong?
Ayaga, the issue G was trying to address is the issue you were trying to say that a horse cannot slow down to wait for a donkey.
Which is very correct.
In the case of Wajir, they never elected themselves to be donkeys. There has been a long economic disparity since independence. There are how many universities are there around in Nairobi County, and we don't have a university in Wajir. It's not because the people of Wajir never wanted to go to school. It's because the government never provided means on how Wajir people can get a university. So calling the people of Wajir donkeys and the people of other counties horses that cannot be slowed down, that is thinking like a poor capitalist. In a country,
thank you very much.
Let me finish this. In an economy like any other country, even in the United States, a government needs to regulate and bring equity for equal development. You cannot say that because New York is so developed, other states are gonna get less because they are not well developed, because it's not. That is a poor thinking. That's a really bad ideology.
Thank you, Atea. Thank you, Atea. So you are suggesting that Kiambu should be given small amount of money because they are well off. Compared to Wajir, they should be given more money because they are poor. So we should
Ayaga, let me
hold
ask you
a
a question.
Kiambu. We should hold Kiambu hostage.
Let
We
me ask
should
you a
hold
question.
Kiambu hostage
Ayaga,
because no.
Ayaga, I
let me
want
ask you a
you to see
question.
Kiambu. It's like in your house. If one of your kids is struggling or doesn't have clothes and the other one has clothes, would you still use the same amount of money to buy them clothes, or would you use a little more money to buy the one who has no clothes, the one who has grown up so quickly? Would you use more money to buy them clothes, or would you also buy the same equal amount of clothes, use the same amount of money to buy even the one who hasn't grown up and still has clothes? So it's about thinking of Kenya as a family. If we think as Kenya as a family, you can give less to Kiambu and more to Wajir so that Wajir can grow and catch up with Kiambu, because it helps the whole country when every area is developed. If you look at it like that, you can even see how Kiambu can say, we don't want our revenue this year, we can give it to Wajir so the Wajir can grow. If we look at each other, we look at each region as part of us, as part of our family. And that's why I think even the people who are gaining at the expense of others should also say, no, we want a fair distribution of revenue. And if we say that, we'll be able to remove the cartels. When we gang together as Kenyans and refuse to be, even if we are on the receiving end of on their fairness, or on it's unfair, but you're on the receiving end, the good end, you should say, no, we want you to divide this thing equally, and you will see peace in Kenya. You will see people stopping to hate each other. You will see people not caring who is going to be the president, because the reason we care now who is going to be the president is because the president gives these prime positions to his people, to his tribe. But if it is equally shared, nobody will be scared if the president becomes a Luo, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, or Kalenjin. They won't care as long as I know that the resources are going to be equally shared.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ashley. Please, Matembei, add people. I know they are crying. Now they are in. Thank you very much. So Nancy, what I'm saying is, if you took 35% to each county per capita, a person in Wajir will have like 10,000 per person. In Kiambu, or let us take Murang'a or Nairobi, where we come from, like 1,000 per capita. You can't tell me we need to give them 50% per capita to develop. That is very wrong. You cannot
Ayaga, let me ask you a
you
question.
cannot punish
Let me
Kiambu.
tell you this.
You cannot punish Kiambu. You cannot punish people in Nairobi. You cannot punish people in Uasin Gishu. Give me 1 minute. Because those are the historical things, historical injustices that Raila has been talking about.
Ayaga, let me give you this example. You are a farmer. You have planted your maize. There is some part iko vizuri na kuna part ingine iko weak. Utafanya aje kulevelize hii shamba yako yote ikuwe na mavuno same? Hii place kwenye haijafanya vizuri, you will have to look for fertilizer uiuproot, at least ifanye nini, iinuke ikuwe on the same level with this part. Same to Kenya government, ikiingia Wajiri iseme we are now constructing universities, roads in Wajir to be the same like in Kiambu, it will do it.
Thank you very much.
Alafu nilikuwa hata nakuuliza Ayaga, hata hii the bursary you are talking about So are you telling me ukienda tuseme, let's say God willing ukue MP leo, there are two people wamekuja kuapply bursary. Mmoja ni millionaire ako na watoto wawili peke yake, mwingine ni maskini ako na watoto 6. So you are going to give them equal shares of bursaries? because they're both Kenyans?
My friend, the trajectory we are taking is very wrong. You
Answer
cannot
my question.
punish Kiambu people. For example, let us take Kiambu for
Why
example.
don't you answer that question on the bursary? That's a good question that you've been asked. For
Answer
the
that
rich
question,
person with 2
please.
kids and the poor person with actually 6 kids. Can you answer that, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very simple. It's very simple. If I'm a MP representing a constituency, I will treat everybody equal. Because a millionaire cannot come to my home asking for money if he's able to pay that money. It's not logical. If he can able to pay, even his kids will not be around where they should ask me as a MP to pay for their money, for school fee. Let us not look everybody who's coming from Kiambu. Kiambu also have the desert part. Most of the area like the Lari constituency where the borders Kajiado, those people are suffering too. Let us not take Kiambu in general, like the Kiambu which borders here, Kikuyu, Lower Kabete.
No,
No.
what I was telling you, this was my point. If the school fees is 30,000 for one kid, right?
Yeah.
The government gives a Kiambu kid 10,000 and our Wajir 10,000 each. By the time mtoto wa Kiambu apate the remaining 20,000, mtu wa Wajir atakuwa an extra $100, 100 shillings, ama 11,000. So it's easier to raise 20,000 while you're in Kiambu than in Wajir. So my thinking is, let's give our Wajir kid 18,000. Let's give a Kiambu kid less, like 10,000, because you get to 30 either way. He's still gonna get to 30 very quickly than the person in Wajir.
Very simple. Before I give this guy who is carrying there, and the name nimeshindwa to pronounce the name, but you are following Ashley. I will give you after me. I'm saying this. I've never been in a school of economics, but if you give Kiambu County 35% with a population of about 10 million people today, give that the same amount to Wajir with a population of 2 per capita in Wajir, everybody there should receive like 20,000. In Kiambu, everybody here is receiving like 2,000. Is that not fair? My friend, what? You will pronounce for that name. Eh?
And the reason I'm telling you, and I'll give you an example of a place like Ruiru, right? Because that's one of the most populated. Population iko juu sana, right? Tuseme kama say, if you have a kid in Ruiru right now, so if you have a kid in Ruiru right now, person is sick, it's at midnight, na mtoto amegojeka, and you're in Ruiru, it will take 5 minutes to get to Kenyatta, Kiambu, and there are so like 10 dispensaries around that area. Mtu akiwa Wajir, mtoto amegojeka sahi, it'll take like a whole day. So that's why we should not do this equally, because we need to look even all those things. Not even population, not only the population. The surface deliveries. Mtoto amegojeka ama mama amegojeka akiwa Ruiru. You have like 10 choices to choose. Either go to Kenyatta, Thika, Kiambu. Mtoto ako Wajir, hata barabara hakuna, hospitali hakuna hata gari. So that's why we need to do share, even looking at the poverty item. Lakini wewe Ayaga, rafiki yangu, umesema ukiwa na basari utapea mtoto wa millionaire the same, hata kama ako na pesa. The bursary is supposed to help the poor, not the millionaire.
The problem I have with you before I give your name I can't pronounce it, but I'm giving you after this. The problem I have is only one. Let us look at this thing called per capita. Let us look at the population. how many people? Let us take Wajir County. Wajir County probably they have like 3 million. 3 million, if they are given 35%, the same money the Kiambu receive. We cannot give Kiambu 20% and give Wajir 35. Let us give them 35. Let us give them 35. Let us give them 35.
That's what you don't understand.
G, let me answer with one statement.
Kiambu can raise 1 billion with taxes within like 30 seconds. Wajir cannot even raise 1 million with 1 year. That's a difference.
That's why I told you cannot slow down the horse for a donkey to catch up. You cannot.
Let me answer Ayaga. Wait a minute. Let me answer Ayaga. Ayaga, do you know that?
Na kuna mwingine anapata mtoto, kuna mtu anapata mshahara ya 100,000 per month. Kuna mwingine anapata mshahara ya 5,000 per month. So we are supposed to pay taxes equally. If that's what you're telling us.
I'm not saying that, yeah.
No, Guy, let me answer Ayaga. Okay. Ayaga, you have to know that if my own home constituency could have developed, I could have not come to Nairobi. So one thing you have to understand with Nairobi or Kiambu, it is highly populated because somebody in Wajiri has no employment, and in Kiambu there is a company needs some security or some employers there. So somebody will have to leave Wajiri to come to Kiambu to be employed there or to stay there and works in Nairobi. That's why Kiambu is populated. That if in Wajiri develops or Mandera, those people won't come to these counties. Believe me not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A very simple question.
Give nini tusikia maoni yake pia yeye.
Yeah, nataka kumsikia. Unmute your microphone very fast, eh? Unmute before I give you the unmute your microphone.
From where?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now
okay,
you are getting me. Go
exactly,
ahead.
Exactly. Thank you for this kind of discussions, and it was a bit late, but I had to join in and maybe try to bring an opinion on this issue. What I can tell you is the issue of the BBI. First is a program that has been done by two non-politicians, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. If this BBI is about changing the constitution and trying to help Kenyans, what they will have done is they will have gone throughout the whole of Kenya, you know, trying to go to the grassroots and get information from the people, you know. Like now, the BBI, the way it's being put is like we have 70 constituencies which are being added to the BBI. Out of 70 constituency, you want to say the whole of Northeastern, which is almost a third of Kenya, we only get in one constituency only. And the distance is a bit far. The way it was explained, I think you are following up with the parliament. The way it was explained, a county like Garissa County is bigger than Central Province and Nyanza combined together. And maybe they have 6 constituencies. A place where, like in Kiambu, from Juja to Thika, you can go by Pikipiki. You have three MPs. And a place like Garissa County, you can go for 70 kilometers or 80 kilometers, you have 1 MP. So how do you want these places to develop? I think Madam Angel, the way she was trying to explain this thing was a bit more better, because what she was trying to say is development has been put in Kiambu or some other places. That is why people are moving to Kiambu. Otherwise, if there is development in Wajir, you have universities in Wajir, you have hospitals in Wajir. Already Kiambu has 10,000 hospitals, and Wajir has 3 hospitals. How do you give Kiambu more money to put more hospitals, and Wajir, they have 3 hospitals, you want to cut the money from them?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think the reason for that is because...
Ashley.
Go ahead.
Ashley, You pronounce that name. Is my friend, you have not told us.
It's
Mi
like
nimeshindwa
Wariahe.
kupronounce.
Mimi naitwa Wariahe.
Wariahe.
Ewa.
Oh, sir. Oh, sir. Thank you.
Mm.
Ashley, go ahead.
I was telling Wariahe, I think the reason why Kiambu would get more money than Garissa is because of the population. There's not that much people in Garissa that like there are in Kiambu. So if this money is going to the people and you give a little to Kiambu, that means some poor families will go without. And what we are trying to take care is feeding or taking some other kids to school. So what I personally think they should give the same to each county, like 35%, and then equal playing field. And then in places like Garissa where there is needed for more, the government then has a special fund to build hospitals, to build schools, like a special fund specifically to develop your area, to develop Garissa, apart from the 35% that is given to everyone. That's what I think that should happen.
Actually, let me interfere a bit on this issue. You know, the way the Kenya, whatever the whole Kenya government and the whole county governments are set up, it is not in favor of pastoral communities. It's not favor. It doesn't favor people from arid areas. It doesn't favor people from, say, like Marsabit, Mandera, like Turkana, because from the onset, 1963, when Kenya got independence, after today, you don't build hospitals there. You don't build roads there. You don't build anything there. If I want a hospital, I have to come to Kenyatta. There's no hospital in Garissa. You cannot get a hospital in Marsabit. You cannot get a hospital in Turkana. I have to come to Nairobi. I have to pay all that money to come to Nairobi. Then
and that's what we want. That's what we hope to change with our next government, to be fair to everybody, because even some people in Kiambu are as poor or even poorer than some people in Garissa. So even if you see, so some people see those hospitals from the outside, yet they live in those counties because they are so poor, they cannot afford to go in there because the government hospitals are run down and the private hospitals they cannot afford. So sometimes we look at the people in Kiambu and generalize that they are privileged without knowing there are some who are sleeping hungry.
I understand, Ashley. I understand. I have been to Kiambu and so many other places. Okay, let me just give you a very brief information about this. I wanted to involve myself so much on this kind of stuff. The last time I used a government hospital was 1989 in Garissa. 1989. That time I was very young. That's the last time I used a government hospital in Garissa. I have never ever used a government hospital up to today. And I asked God never to take me to a government hospital. Why? Because you go to a government hospital.
Pombe kidogo niko na.
Hello, to go to the government hospital first. Those times during the 80s, I think so many of you guys are young, but during our time, 1980s, schools, we used to have what you call Kenya School Equipment Scheme. Free. We used to get free books, free rubbers, free pens, free milk, everything. Then we came to hospital. We used to come to hospitals. We used to get everything from the hospital. We used to get a book from the hospital. That book you go to with it at home. Nikiwa Garissa. That time Nikiwa Garissa. That is around 1980s. Tukiwa shule. Tukiwa wadogo. All those things, I don't know what happened. Sijui ni corruption ama ni nini. Sasa watu wa Kiambu wamepatikana na corruption, alafu anakuja kusema ati hao ni wako na njaa. Wako na njaa gani? Muko na mashamba zote za coffee. Muko na mashamba zote za tea. Serikali from 1963.
Hey, those are specific. Those are specific families. It is not all the people.
Hold on, from 1963 mulikuanga na serikali. From 1963.
Nani wamekuwa na serikali? Me have been in Kikuyu. I have never been privileged.
Wariai and Nancy. And Nancy.
No, it's not Nancy. Ashley. I have never been privileged.
Order.
Only by name.
Ashley and Wariai, order, please. Order, please. Wariai. You have point. Those point is what we call the historical injustices. Historical injustices, and those historical injustices ndio hizo vitu tunajaribu kumaliza. You cannot
Amen.
punish Kiambu for now. You cannot punish Kiambu, tafadhali. Ndio wajia at you hold
No, he
the
is not
host.
punishing Kiabu. He
Can
just
I, can
raising
I,
a
can I
genuine
interfere,
concern.
please?
Very genuine point.
Can I
He's not
interfere?
punishing
I've not spoken.
It is very
I'm from
it is
Kiambu
very
and he
genuine.
has not punished me
I'm
at
new
all.
to this channel. Can you please yet?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before you, we don't know even your name. I can't even see your name. There is Gash. Gash has been waiting for some times. Gash, unmute your mic and go ahead. Gash.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been following some of these forums, and thank you for this opportunity today. I just want to mention one thing about Wariae. I think Wariae, you are being selfish a bit. What I can say is that this need to be very critical. This is a very critical issue, and you need to be very open, and you need to be balancing in all aspects. There is no way you can, as you have said, that in Wajir, you can travel 70 kilometers. And within that 70 kilometers, you are within one parliamentary area, that is one MP. So it means within that area, there is no population or very little population. So the allocation of money.
No, hold on a bit.
Order. Wariae.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude on my point.
Give me a minute.
Yes.
Wariae, unmute your mic. And this new guy here, I can't see your name. Please unmute your mic. There is noise at the background. Unmute your mic. Thank you very much. Wariae, unmute your mic.
That one is, how do you do it?
Hapo kuna hapo imeandikwa mic. Thank you very much. Gash, go ahead.
Okay, so the fact that you can travel for 70 kilometers within the same parliamentary area, it means the area is has little population or very low population. So it means if this area is given the equal allocation of funds, like an area where you can travel for 50 kilometers, and within that 50 kilometers, it has covered like 3 MP areas. It means that you are not balancing if you are giving the same funds for those 2 areas. So funds are allocated to cater for people. They are not allocated to cater for regions. The reason that we are having funds is because we need these funds to cater for specific needs of specific people. So I think you are just being selfish there when you say that you need more funds than an area like Kiambu. And Kiambu is just an example. We have other areas with more populations in Nairobi, in Nakuru, in Kisumu, in Eldoret. We have urban. They are not really categorized as urban, but they have developed because they are more near to urban areas and they have more population. These areas are the areas that need to be given more funds for these specific people to get equal opportunities like those people who are in the rural areas, and they have for some time they have been allocated funds which are beyond what they can be able to use. You find that in some areas we are having like CDF that is being given to university students. They're being given funds that they can be able to cater even their personal needs. When there are some funds in urban areas or areas associated to urban areas, they're being given funds for CDF for students that they cannot be able to even pay for school fees, leave alone cater for their own personal needs. So this balancing is a critical area. So let us not be so selfish. I've sensed some kind of selfish. I'm not talking like this because I'm from this area or from this area. So that would be my first point. Let's try to leave personal issues out of this discussion.
Okay, I understand now. Let me add something small. Let me add something small.
Thank
Let
you
me add
very
just
much.
something small.
Order,
Nancy.
I want to tell
Ashley,
Walia something before he talks. Okay, go ahead. I just want to interject one sentence. I don't think that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't think Walia is being selfish. He might not understand fully about the rationale, and I don't understand either. I think our leaders need to do what some other countries do and have city hall meetings with the people on the ground and explain to them the policy and get asked questions so people can understand, especially about revenue sharing. And people ask questions and come up with ways of how, because if you give an MP too much money, he might steal it. So I think he should be given enough to give bursary, and then the government should specifically take money and say we are going to build a school instead of giving to the MP and address that issue that way. But Waria might not be thinking selfishly, but he might feel like his area is being treated unjust. So he might need a little more education from his leader to break it down.
Okay, let me break it down properly. Let me break it down properly. Let me do it properly.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
I think most of you guys are very young as compared to me. I think some of you guys look very young. But let me just try to tell you something. We have been in Kenya for some time. Like now, I was in school around 80s. And basically, I will try to tell you something very straight. Even Ashley, I think Ashley is very young and she wants to tell me something which I know so much about. One thing, our people, the 2019 census first was skewed. When the census was being done, there was a drought. Our people, somebody cannot come with a camel of his. He cannot come and bring a camel where you want to count him, and the camel is dying because of water. The 2019 was done during drought time. And I talked to the Secretary General for KNBS, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Mr. Mwangi. I told him frankly that our people are in drought. This time there's a drought. Please try to find another time to do the census. You cannot tell somebody who has a camel to come to be counted when his camel is dying. He has to first find water for that camel. He will not come to, and then our people don't stay in town. You think our people stay in town. The people you counted are the people who are staying in town. Me, myself, I was in Nairobi. I was not counted. I was in Nairobi. I was not even counted. Imagine. Now, our person is finding water.
You must have been counted when you were in Nairobi.
Hold on. I was not counted.
Please hold on, guys.
That time I was in my hotel. That time I came from Dubai. I'm in Dubai right now. I came to Kenya. When I came to Kenya, I was in a hotel. Census was done the whole week. Nobody even came and found me. And ikiwa hata kwa hotel, imagine. Wari wangapi hawajahesabiwa, imagine. On top of that, enda msituni huko upande ya Garissa, enda Garissa. Unakuta mahali kama msituni.
I'm sure there are other people who are outside Kenya who are not counted.
Okay, guys.
So don't say that you are all the only Waria were not counted. There are other people who are outside the Kenya who are not counted.
Okay, Gash, your
point is not valid for that point. Your point for that point is not valid.
Order,
Gash, have you ever gone to Northeastern? Have you ever gone to Northeastern, Gash? No, let me explain something. Have you ever gone to Northeastern? No. If you go, utakuta watu wanaishi msituni. Kenya National Bureau of Statistics does not go to msituni. Wanahesabu watu wa town. Wale watu kwa msituni na mangamia zao na mambuzi zao, and we are told Kenya there are 3 million heads of of animals. Unataka kuniambia Masai na Turkana ndio wako na 3 million? The 3 million iko huko na ngamia na mbuzi na ng'ombe ziko huko. watu wako ndani ya msituni. You don't want to tell me somebody ako ndani ya msituni akuje awache ng'ombe zake na vitu zake na watoto wake na kila kitu yake, akuje town ahesabiwe ndio arudi kwa mbuzi yake. 2019 was killed first thing. Second thing, no problem. So no problem.
Your example was Dubai.
Your lead. That's what I said. Our leaders, your leaders should have called your community and explain to them the importance of the census and get a day when they can come so that they can be counted, because your leader knows how you do your business there. So it is up to their responsibility to educate you and tell you the importance of the census, so that that particular week you avail yourself to be counted. Otherwise, that is the only way. Then the responsibility lies with you if you're not counted.
That is one. That is good. That is good. That's a good explanation. First thing, inshallah, you will find on 2029. I think it is 2029 or somewhere like that. Utakuta your population imefika 7 million, because we want to tell our people now the importance of, because tunaona pesa zinagawanywa kwa ajili ya population. No problem. Ya pili, I wanted to tell Mr. Gash. I know Mr. Gash anataka amezaliwa juzi ajui mambo gani inaendelea. Ile kitu inafanyika ni from 1963 up to 1989 kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa Indemnity Act. No, this time was because of that issue of Kenya and Somalia. That issue of Kenya and Somalia. No, this one was a lot. No, let me explain, Mr. Ayaga. Let me explain.
Your time is up. You had like 3 minutes. Now you are heading to the 15 minutes.
I will talk another time. I will talk another time.
Thank you very much. So let me put it straight. Atuya, one of my business, I'm selling alcohol. So maybe when you hear me talking background with my customers, please, I'm very sober. And maybe there is that slip of tongue. Don't attack me on the secret chat. Tafadhali. I'm doing that business. So when you hear me talking,
it was on a lighter note. Any damage caused, withdraw.
Yeah, withdraw. I'm doing that business. So please, the last guy here, give us your name, Bana. We can't see your name. Unmute.
And I think the host could not lead somebody in studio with no name. We have to know your name. All those people have labeled their name. If you write like that, how will you know you? You have to know your name. Please, next time when you come on studio, just write your name.
Order, Angela, please.
I'm Godfrey.
Go ahead. Geoffrey?
Godfrey from German.
Oh, Godfrey from German. Go ahead, my brother. You have your 3 minutes.
Okay, I have my question for the people who have spoken, and my question is not about about their population, about the people who you present. It's about how do you care about the person, the real people in the ground. You can have even 2,000, even below that one. How do you help them in their day life, according to the representative in the government? The name coming from the government can make you believe that you are represented, but not that one. I'm a Kikuyu from Gilgil, but Gilgil is the poor area, but we are being represented by the Kikuyu. From before the new constitution, it was about Naivasha. I think according to me, Kenothia Bogo is the best governor for the first time, but Kenyanjui making less. If we can come to our attitude that we make political, not to give us what they're going to make us after, is about now. Go representative in the assembly. This is what we need for the people. Not about to give after. The after is not there. I have been there about 7 years in Germany. We have never even have anything about political even they are political, they make them in the social hall. They vote even don't know they are voting. It is about your accommodation, about your science, your attitude. If you come to political arena, these are going to demolish. Even in Kenya now, like now, we are going to call a BBI. BBI is not the solution. It is not the solution, by the way. We have a good constitution, by the way. We lack only amendment of how we're going to implement the constitution. Only that. But we have the good constitution. If we're going to go that, you can be able the BBI pass, but there's no solution. We are going to remain there. I rest my case there.
Godfrey.
Yeah.
Godfrey, BBI is an amendment.
Yeah, it's amendment.
We are not having a new constitution. Umesema we need amendment, and that is what actually BBI is.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm saying, even if amendment that one, amendment they are proposing, that is not solution. Solution is to follow the law. It's only the law, to follow the law. Institution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Only
Senator.
We can amend the constitution, but cannot amend the amendment. Why?
Institution, let me tell you, institution matter. Like here, let me tell you, here I am. Yeah? Here I am. It's only you person, me like myself. Even you have a girlfriend here, is there only his way. My problem is don't appear for his way. If I have my problem, institution, 1 minute. Institution land, but not individual. Individual, that's why government land. Individual, a person can announce today something, people go for it. Here is not like that.
Wacha niseme kwa Kiswahili. Yani unaweza kubadilisha katiba lakini hautaki hiyo BBI ibadilishwe. Kwa nini?
Sijasema isibadilishwe. Ninasema bora ni kufuata sheria, ni kufuata ile organs za institution zenye ziko. Hata ukibadilisha saa hii na organs za government ufuati, hakuna haja.
So you are saying, so in other words, you are saying the constitution is good, the constitution is good, but nobody's implementing it. The constitution, wacha tu niseme kidogo tu. The constitution is good, but there's no political will to implement it. That is what you are saying.
Yeah, implementation of the constitution is that the problem, not the law. Go to the organization of the government. Yeah. If this is this whatever belong to this, fight for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Godfrey. We have Senator. I cannot be here defending Kiambu all alone, and yet we have an incoming Kiambu Senator with us.
Yeah, it's good also to hear for
Nancy, I've campaigned for you. I've defended your county. Please tell us something.
No. You know, sometimes it's good to listen to what other people have to say. Lakini anaitwa Wariahe. He has a very good point. He's asking, it's okay to amend the constitution, but you cannot amend the amendment. And that caught me by surprise because I love good thinkers. And what he's asking is actually correct, because I struggle with the current. Let me first declare my stand. My stand is that BBI, it's a no-go zone area. We don't need to amend our constitution. There is no reason behind why we're amending the current constitution, because we have not even implemented 30% of the 2010 constitution. So what we need to do is goodwill politicians implement the constitution that we have now. Once they implement it, then they can do an analysis and tell us, we've tried to implement these articles, sabbatical, so and so. it does not work. But at the moment, Uhuru and his government, they're trying to subvert every law and every dot that our constitution stands for. They've not even tried to implement it. So for me, BBI, for one, it's at the wrong time. Kenyans are suffering. The money they are using should go towards giving loans to common man to try and kickstart the economy. The BBI is not a popular initiative. You cannot be the government and yet you're proposing a constitution change. That is called state capture, which I'm against. It's wrong. Uhuru should not be telling us what to change. We should be telling him what we need to change should be the other way around. And again, people of Baba, if there is anybody like Ayaga know where I stand when it comes to Baba. Baba had done so much, but I think the fact that Kenyans are suffering now, he's not been able to support them because he has gone to bed with the Jubilee government that has failed greatly. He's actually, history would judge him. If Baba died today, according to me, history will judge him harshly because this is a time we need to hear his voice, but we're not hearing his voice. So guys, to me, let's vote this thing down. Let it not go anywhere. We do not need BBI. We need COVID injection. People get vaccinated and people get safe. We need medication in our hospitals. That is we need our kids in proper schools. That's what we need. And we don't need a constitutional change until we implement what we have already. And that's my contribution.
Maybe I can add some something there, Ayaga. If you
Ayaga is a
allow me to add
moderator.
something,
You want to ask me a question?
I would like to add something, if you allow me.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. What I can say is, for the BBI, the amendment that is being proposed for the BBI, me, I'm for it. The reason is, when we were going for this, constitutional review, not the review, the new constitution, there was the chungo and the banana, yeah. A lot of people were against the constitution, and the constitution have brought a lot of good things. What I can say, for one thing, what I know is, it was used to be called Majimbo. So this Majimbo has brought a lot of good things. For the first time, I was able to see.
Gash, 1 second. Wariahe, could you mute your mic so we stop the echo going round, please?
Okay, yeah.
So for the first time, I could see these county tractors coming around even in the rural areas. Like me, I'm in deep in the rural areas. I'm in somewhere in Molo, somewhere called Warufaga. So I could see these things coming to the rural areas, and our roads are being maintained, leave alone the main road. The rural interior roads are being maintained. This is something that we could not even comprehend. This is something that we could not even, for all those years, we could not even think that that is something that was possible, leave alone being done. So if you go to somewhere where I live down there in Githurai 45, I have seen a lot of improvement. I have seen so many roads that are being made. I have seen water being connected. I have seen electricity being connected. And all this, I can contribute, I can attach it to all this Majimbo that was being told that it was bad. So to me, this constitution that is being told that it needs some review.
We're hearing a lot of echo, and this person HTTPS, this guy
Godfrey, yes, thank you very
and
much.
also, can we set we normally have some standing orders in this group.
Yeah.
So when the timer is going, once 3 minutes is over, we go to the next person so we can give everybody a fair chance to contribute.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Gash.
Gash,
So
30 seconds,
for
30
me,
seconds, finish.
so for me, I would say that this contribution, the small thing that is bringing the BBI, the small thing that is bringing, I have been reading about it, and I think the small thing that has been brought by this BBI, we need it. As much as we have not been able to implement, you have said like 30% of the constitution. If the 30% that we have been able to implement, we already have that. We have already seen that it is not up to what we need.
Thank you very
No,
much.
can
Maybe
you
giving us more, then it
clarify?
is good.
Ayaga, wait. How can you say you've been able to implement 30%, but you've left the biggest chunk, which is 70? So how can you explain what you mean?
What I mean is the 30% that has been implemented. If you feel that it has not been up to what is supposed to be implemented, and if we can implement more than what have been implemented for this 30%, then that more is what we need, so that when we implement the other 70, we'll get it more. That's what I
Thank you
mean.
very much.
Gash,
Thank
we
you very
cannot
much.
understand you, man.
Order. Wariai, give me a minute. Nancy, Nancy, thank you very much. And gosh, Nancy, I'm not in ODM. I'm in Kano. So mimi si mtu wa baba. Atuya, can we?
Yes.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes.
I've been waiting so impatiently for a while, because I had issues with you. I had something that I needed to answer you before, but the conversation has gone. So I think I'll take my 3 minutes to answer you, and at least touch on everything that some other people have spoke about. So to start with, we had an issue of you saying that the issue of revenue sharing, that as it is today, that the president can decide to give some county 15% and another county 20%, based on political affiliations. I want to remind you that changing the constitution and giving counties 30%, that clause is not a protected clause. 35%. It is not a protected clause. So it means that if the next government decides to amend that clause, it can bring it back to 15% within a parliamentary act. So it is not cast in stone that because Uhuru has decided to take it to 35%, so it will stand there. As it is today, Parliament has got the mandate to increase that percentage from 15% to a minimum of even 70%. It is not a protected clause in the Constitution. It is subject to amendments in Parliament. Number two, I was raising an issue about instead of increasing the constituencies, we need to increase the resources. And then you countered my argument by saying that we people in the Tanga, we never presented our case in that manner to enable the BBI team draft a report that will come up with that solution, that instead of creating another constituency, let's have a formula that gives more to Juja as compared to North Mogirango, where I come from. Instead of dividing Juja into 4 constituencies, why can't we give them more funds equitable to the number of the population they have? This will mean we will have more numbers reasonable in the house. We don't need to increase taxes in terms of how many people we are paying. So it is very simplistic to say that because Tanga never raised that issue, then the people of Kenya should get a rogue constitution because we never contributed that. That is a wrong thinking as to me. Then there's somebody, I think it was G, who asked you a question that BBA was here to solve the issue about elections and election malpractices. And then your answer was that remember before BBI, the Supreme Court could tell IBC to open servers and they could never open that. I will beg or I will ask you that tell me in the BBI report where it forces the IBC to open the servers in case of such a scenario happens again. Or tell me how BBI will provide or will prevent Kenyans from fighting each other in the next elections. BBI does not have any legal framework in place to stop any political violence come 2022. That is an issue that I thought that I should answer again. Then there was an issue of the issue of Kiambu and Wajir, and then there was an issue of misunderstanding. I think to me we need to accept that currently Kenyans we are poor. And we, as the poor people, we are not supposed to be the ones who are fighting between Kiambu guys and Wajir guys. That this is the reason why they get more. This is the reason. We need to agree that we are poor and we need to develop, and we need to agree on which methods or which protocols that we need to achieve that. People in Kiambu, we must accept that we have a county like Wajir, which has been marginalized for so many years. And people in Wajir must accept and must come to the realization that we have very, very poor people in Kiambu, but we must come up with a solution to that. That's why we have that 5% to counties that is equal, and then we have the equalization fund, which is in the constitution that has never been implemented by the current government or by any act of legislation in parliament. That should be followed up so that Wajir gets more resources to catch up. For instance, Ayaga, you'll give me a little bit of time. I'll finish once and for all. For instance, where I come from, people are learned, people have schools, people have water. Their main issue currently is that their children don't have jobs. If you go to a place like Wajir, you'll find that there are no schools, they don't have water, so the problems are different. So those people need roads first, they will need schools, they will need education so that they can catch up with my people who are looking for employment, while the people in Wajir maybe are not skilled. So we cannot say that we will just have to give them equal resources. And then Ayaga, there was an issue you said about per capita. I think it was a little bit simplistic for you to say that because we will divide by the number of population. You cannot divide by the number of population without putting into place or considering into the other indices like poverty, infrastructure. When you are giving Nairobi that 5% and you are giving Nyamira the same, Nyamira has got no hospital, has got no national schools. So you have to balance that by not only looking at population, you have to look at the poverty index and the infrastructure. I think to finish up, I think I'll just say that in terms of governance, we need a government that will bring equity, and I don't think that BBI is the solution to that. BBI, the only good thing that is coming from BBI, it's for the leaders. Anybody who is aspiring to be a leader here knows that BBI is good for them. If you get into parliament, you will be a minister. If you are a governor, you'll get resources. So for me, BBI is not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Atuya. Atuya, because umeniguza mara mingi na umenitajataja nami nitakujibu. Umeniuliza about Wariae, nitapatia Gi, so relax. After Nancy ataongea, after Ashley ataongea. So tafadhali, I'm also among you here and I have to answer one or two things. In terms of you ask about nimeziandika wapi? Umeuliza maswali mingi about 30. Let me tell you, in terms of electoral disputes, the BBI is very clear how those things will be solved. About ndio nizipate mahali nimeziandika. Ashley, hebu ongea. Ashley.
Oh, I'm not ready right now.
You are not ready, Gi?
And by the way, you're doing a good job to moderate. Keep it up. Now, can you answer that question? So, because you're trying to run away from it, how is this BBI going to solve? You remember the election that was in Kibera? The president went to a place called Sagana, and also he said the same thing in Bomas, that his best friend in Kibera was involved in corruption. Alisema hivyo ati kuna mama rafiki yangu huko Kibera aliniambia walikula pesa sana na watu. So as to now, me when najiuliza, has this friend of Uhuru Kenyatta, has she ever been arrested? Because who is this so daring going to tell the head of state, commander in chief, that I was involved in voter bribery with who else? Hii pesa ilikuwa inatoka wapi? So kwa hii BBI, how is this being solved? And you are not even telling us what will happen, if they steal Baba's election again like they did. And I'm not saying, because I'm not a Baba supporter, mimi ni hustler, for your information. But I don't want someone to eat Baba's election again. Akituchapa 2022 tumpatie. So what is this? We are saying BBI is very, very, very clear. Where, Ayaga? Where? Can you explain to us?
Thank you very much. Hata nimepata mahali niliandika hiyo. Atuya alikuwa anasema 35% is not protected by law. If that thing was not protected by law, there was no way we could have took it to referendum. Once Wanjiku appoint Wanjiku Express, and the argument about Orengos and Otiende Amolos, why people are accusing them, people are saying, no, Wanjiku Express himself. There was a commission of inquiry headed by the late Senator Yusuf Haji. These people, they went to Eldoret, they came to Kisii, but some people just on their own volition choose to sabotage. And then they came up with a report that you never went to present. You cannot be part of a marking scheme. You want to be marking a teacher, marking a composition of exams that you never set. That is very wrong. Let us be sincere. BBI was here with us. People were giving his views. I told you I have a memorandum that I represent there about the Youth Commission and how we should balance the regional whatever. I told you the other day. I want you, Atuya, to challenge me. Me, Atuya, I represent to that commission when they arrived there in Kisii, because I know they were in Kisii, and I can even confirm and tell you the date. North Mugirango to Kisii cannot took you 50 bob. Yeah, let us not behave that we only let other people to think for us. Then after some people have think for us, then we look into whatever they are thinking. This is a mistake. This is good. This is right, my friend. That is not working. The 35% is protected by law. And do you know why the president and ODM, the NASA side campaign for Mandago? It is the Mandago that broke that information. Other governors were quiet. Other governors were receiving that almost 30%, while their fellows were receiving 15%, and they were quiet. That's why Raila himself and NASA brigade went to Asingishu to campaign for Mandago. And Mandago has boasted on it that yeye si mtu mdogo, peke yake ndio mtu alipigiwa kura, alikampeniwa na ODM na NASA. You can remember that cultural whatever in Turkana. He's the one who said that. That's why Jubilee wanted to kucheza yeye hapo katikati. He informed us. Other governors were quiet. When in Kisii, where you are you want to blame is called who? Ongwai. Ongwai was receiving 15%. Somebody in Sotik, where the Bomet was receiving around 35%. That thing must be in constitution. The issue of leaving it for a president in his wish of those who he think supports him, that's very wrong. Let us call
Point
a
of
spade
order.
a spade.
Point of order.
And let us call a spade a spade. A point of order. From who? Wariai? Yeah.
If the 15% is not even available and people the hospitals have not been paid, there are no drugs in the hospital. We don't have money right now. Where do you get this 35%? Does it come from the sky or where does it come from?
Thank you very much.
Let me add to that so that you can answer them. Just one statement.
Yeah.
You have confirmed that we have a corrupt government that has bias in terms of distributing resources. Now, 15% is in the constitution. That is the amount that each and every county should get minimum. When we have a president who is biased, giving some county more money and giving another some small money, is it an issue of the constitution? Or is it an issue of the president not being faithful to the constitution? What will stop the next president from mutilating the same constitution and give Kissing 35% and give, for instance, Nandi 50%? What protects Kenyans in the BBI?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think you've answered yourself. What we want, let us bring baseline. I mean, baseline should be 35%. If he likes to give, let us say Turkana now supports the government and they're given 90%, that will be them. But 35%, nobody will be complaining. That is what we are talking about.
Ayaga, there's one thing you're not understanding. There's one thing you're not understanding. Currently, all counties are getting minimum of 15%. And then there are other differentials that make Turkana get more and Nyamira get less. It is not that they are getting less because the president does not like Nyamira. There are other differentials that come in place, but there is a minimum of 15% that should go equally to all counties. So that 5% will be
that is not true.
A flat rate.
That is not true.
Answer him, Guy.
No, that is not true. This is how, and this is my understanding. So they get, so let's say the government collect a revenue of 100 million. Under the current constitution, they take at least 15 million, which is 15%, and they give that money to the Senate. You remember the standoff that was there when Akina Marana was being arrested? It was about how they're gonna share the 15%. According to us, people from Kiambu, we were saying the 15% should be shared per the population. The people from Garissa, like Waria, was saying, no, we are poor, right? We are poor. It'll take me 3 hours to get to the nearest hospital. It takes my kid every day. My kid has to walk like 2 hours to get to school. So as far as you are talking about population, let's look at all the other things. We have been marginalized. And that is in the constitution, by the way. We are supposed to look at the poverty index, population, and also, like I was telling you earlier, about service delivery. Tuseme sahi tunanunua cement moja pale Portland, pale at the river. It'll take someone in, let's say, which is the nearest constituency from the river? Let's say Kajiado.
Machakos County.
Mavoko. It'll take a person from Mavoko about a kitu ya, he'll spend like $50 kufikisha hiyo cement moja. How much is it gonna cost Waria from Garissa? It's gonna cost more. Even the miles, you know the mileage that the MP gets, ila wanapeangwa ya mileage.
Jaguar, because parliament iko starehe, right? He don't get anything kwa sababu akitoka tu hizi agenda kwa kwake. Waria kama ni MP wa Garissa, it's gonna cost him a lot kwenda kuongea na watu wake. So there is no way unaweza sema watu wapewe pesa equally. No way whatsoever. There are so many, other than population, there are so many other factors.
No, there is an issue. There's an issue on the issue of Kiambu, and which I agree with you people. Ni moja. Kuna watu wengi hapo area ya Kiambu, lakini ni maskini. So in Kenya here we have Kikuyus. If Kikuyu is 100%, 10% have the money. These 10% have employed another 30%. And then now hiyo 40% ndio wako na pesa. The other 60% hawana kitu yote, ni watu hoi hai, hata sisi afadhali tunafanya biashara, hao wanakufa na njaa hapo. We know that. That is why at least hata serikali sahi kwa division of revenue hii ya Senate 370 billion from 315 to 370 billion, hiyo 50 billion imeongezwa kwa ajili ya watu wa Central. No problem. Hapo mmekula kwanza around 50 billion ama hata 40 billion. Tena again mmeongezewa constituencies, mko na around tuseme 40 constituencies. Each constituency is getting around 100 million or 70 million. That is another 400 million. Then on top of that tena mnapata ile 35% na sisi tena tunakula pamoja hiyo 35%. And then on top of that tena hiyo pesa yote mnapeleka hapo since 1963 na sisi hatuna pesa. Sisi tunaanza tu sahi from scratch.
And I was saying, I don't know who was saying that kuna vile government inaweza pay county moja 15% na nyingine 35%. That's a flat lie. That's not how it works.
Gee, that was not my statement. That was Ayaga saying that the previous government.
No. So Ayaga, this is how they do with the 50.
G.
Yeah.
Before you answer me, let us talk about facts. Now let us stop a little bit propaganda and the guessworks. I'm not a governor of Uasin Gishu. I'm never a supporter. When he told us that he's receiving 25%, when like Siaya, where I come from, governor is Colonel Rasanga was receiving 25% plus sabotage, that their money is disbanded later. Yani they are given money late, something like that. That's why we are saying let us talk,
because even the money
it is not proper. It is not propaganda.
No.
You know.
I think
I've never seen anybody from Jubilee accusing Mandago that Mandago was lying.
I would like
maybe you are the first one.
No, I'm not Jubilee. Mimi ni UDA, so usiniingiza mambo ya Jubilee.
UDA is Jubilee, my friend. No, that's why I was trying to moderate. Let us stop propaganda. Ruto has not resigned from the government. UDA is PDR.
My friend, sisi ni watu wa UDA, tuachane na sisi tafadhali.
PDR is poor. In fact, POA is his party. His party where is originated to where I come from. Tuju is the owner of that party, sold it to Northeastern, now back to Mudama. Mudama is UDA. So UDA sign accord. There is a senator from, is it Wajia? Is it senator or a women rep?
Isiolo.
UDA as elected.
No, it's PDR. It's still PDR. She's still in PDR.
PDR is the same UDA. Is the same UDA. So by telling us they are not in government, that is a lie.
Because we are not.
They are in government. So talk as somebody who is in government. So maybe you might be in UDA, but now tell us as someone who is in government.
Constitutionally, I'm supposed to be in government. Unfortunately, Murada came and chased us away.
Gee, I have your question in the chat box. If you can answer me, please.
How do I go to the chat box?
On the side.
Aya. Kuna mgeni hapa. Yego, can we hear you, my brother? How are you?
Yes, Ayaga, how are you too?
I'm good. Umepotea sana, ongea na sisi bwana.
Niko salama baba. Yes. It is only that I am just from sleep. Nimejaribu
So
kuingia
you're
nikapata notification at Mutembe is live. Sasa nashangaa, how can I miss this class?
also, and do you have something to say?
Okay, I've heard your conversation and
Not my conversation, the panelist.
the panel's conversation. And actually,
Yeah.
I am impressed about how you are discussing it. The thing of 15% and 35%.
35. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I think there is somebody there, Atuya, has actually put it clear that every county is entitled to 15%, a minimum of 15%. That is it is something that cuts across all the counties. That is the 15%, keeping other maybe other conditions constant before we consider the poverty rate of the people and whatever the other factors. And that is actually right. So Wariae, what is the name there, is actually very much better that his county, that is which county, brother?
Mandera County.
This is Mandera County. That Mandera County, they have never received anything since 1963. Are you sure?
Yes,
Wacha
very
tuwe
true,
mzee,
very true,
endelea na
very
mambo
true.
yako ingine.
Very true, because Mandera,
Yes.
Mandera and Siaya, where I come from, they fall under marginalized counties. By
No. Don't try compare Siaya and Mandera. My friend, Siaya, you have hospitals.
You know,
Hata hospitali hatuna.
Wariahe.
Yes.
There is our brother here called Abdullah Dido. Abdullah Dido huwa anakujanga kwa hii panel na is from Mandera, and even now is in Mandera. See, I don't know if he's watching. I'm trying to look for him so that he can join to help you.
No. You know now. Don't bring this issue of UDA and the people you are supporting. Wanaitwa nani hii wazee kina handshake. Usiingize, sisi tuko kwa UDA, we have problems and we want to solve these problems. And I'm telling you frankly, mambo inaenda vile inaenda 2022 lazima watu wajipange.
So let me ask you, Wariae. Can I ask you a question? Wariae,
Yes, please.
Yeah. So you think UDA is going to bring a fresh blood in Mandera more than the way they have been in government?
No, you see,
Because
this
it seems
problem of Kenya.
they are going to be in government for 10 years.
The problem in Kenya is not about UDA. It's not about handshake. It's not about Jubilee. Our problem in Kenya is about corruption. Our whole president has the guts to say that ana lose 2 billion akiwa hapo mtaani.
Thank you very much.
That is something which we can never. I don't even know how to understand that.
Thank you very much. You will understand. Somebody, I do follow politicians very much. This Kanu Secretary General Nick Salat says that before you told us how to do bottom up, tell us how you are going to stop the corruption or how you are going to stop yourself. Fighter, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my dear friends. I just want to quickly about the revenue sharing, and I would like to make you guys understand about the issue of revenue sharing because it seems like you don't understand. The 15% is nowhere, even as we speak. The 15% is not to each county, it's to all counties. 15% is to all counties. That's now why they were having a standoff in the Senate discussing on how to share the 15%. I think there's a lot of noise under over there. I don't know who is. Please, can we mute? So,
Godfrey, mute. Godfrey, mute. Mute.
So,
Kuna kelele inakuja nyuma.
So then it comes when they were sharing, they started sharing. There is the way they were using parameters, the population. Those things were just put in place to understand how much they are supposed to put to give to this area. And now we come to a point whereby we look at development wise. How is the county developed? Because just like someone spoke earlier here, there's a lady who was here. She said that Kiambu is developed. Northeastern or Wajir is not developed. That's why someone from Wajir has to move from Wajir to come to Kiambu in as small as it is to squeeze herself or himself there to find something. Because if you stay in Wajir, because it's undeveloped, there is nothing you can manage to get that side. So what we are trying to do here is that we must now allocate. It's supposed to be like that we must allocate some more funds to these undeveloped areas so that they can come up to reduce this population from this small space like Kiambu and the likes of Nairobi. So by doing so, that's why the revenue has come to the counties. This county called Wajir is getting a certain amount of, actually they are getting now a good amount of money to be able to develop as far as, in as much as the population is not much, they can be able to develop. What I want to go back to before I heard of something here which you are talking about is why we have a distance, a very short distance in Kiambu, which has maybe 2-3 MPs, and in a place like Wajir, you can go a long distance without with only one parliamentary space like. Let me tell you, I just want to let you know, guys, that Kikuyus are very, very intelligent. And I'm sorry to have quoted this as a tribe, but I want to appreciate the fact that they are intelligent. They do their plans early enough, more than us. Like us, from where I come from, there was a time we were just getting a district, just a district, a partitioning of districts. It was just fights and fights. People saying this space is too small, we cannot divide it. You know, Kikuyus, they don't care. If we want to divide a space of 10 kilometers into two constituencies, they don't care because they know at the end of the day they will receive. There is something they are watching over there that they will receive that constituency development fund as a constituency. Some of us, because we have that rubbish in our head, we keep on protecting our areas. At the end of the day, we are suffering. In this, if I come to the constituency, to the BBI, you look, we have about 70 constituencies coming up. Can you ask yourself, why in Mount Kenya, they can get about 43 constituencies, and then the rest, they are shared among other counties or among other areas? It's because, one, the MPs or the representatives of the citizens from that county or that region, they represent their people nicely. You have heard them complaining in Parliament about 1 shilling, 1 man, what. But where we come from, like now, my place where I come from, in Kisi, we are just talking rubbish. We are just fighting on stages. We are just, you see, like Matiang'i is just like a bull which is ready to fight. Who is to fight? We don't know. instead of bringing the pieces together and have our common goal, our common agenda that we have to be together so that we can bargain on that higher table. But we are divided, right? We are so much divided. So we cannot have one voice. Right now, we have been hearing about 50 MPs from the mountain sitting together and trying to discuss how they can get their share in the next coming government, whether it will be wherever it will be. That is what we want. That's why they always get it right. So now here we will be making noise, but we don't know where the rain started raining on us. So in my own considered opinion, the BPI for sure, it's not what as of this time. Let me tell you, we don't need BPI. All we need, there's no country in this world now which is not dealing with the pandemic. But Kenya, as it is, instead of dealing with the pandemic, we are dealing with the BPI. How urgent is this? What kind of leadership is that? We can hide, but the truth is, our leaders are not doing much. Starting from the top, the constitution that we have. I'm sorry, give me just a second. The constitution that we have, as of now, is very clear, and it has all that we need. Just like someone said, we have seen a lot of development in this regime, in this constitution. What if it was fully implemented? So if we could have implemented this one, then we start thinking of amending. That could be the best thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope Atuya get you clearly. Nancy, Angela.
I think we guys, what we have to do is that we have learned from our mistakes that we elected wrong people. Now we have to come out again and think in it twice. If your leader is not doing well, not representing your county, should you take him back? And because these leaders have realized that they have messed up with the Kenyans, that's why they are coming out this issue of BBI, so that they can get that chance of going there back and looting money. If you just do some small statistics where you come from, you can find that in Siaya, we have sugar companies. You'll find that in Kiambu, we had coffee factories. Instead of our government telling us, doing that, let us uplift sugar companies in Siaya, they are going to buy what? Sugar in Uganda. In BBI, I haven't seen anywhere they have said that every county they will have to build a factory or any industry for each county. Like if they could have built a factory in Wajir could have developed because people there will get employment. People there will get something to do and get money. But in BBI, there is nothing like that. So let's choose wisely. Let's not lead ourselves into a hole again as Kenyans. Like me, where I come from, there is coffee plantation, there is tea plantation. Instead of our government promoting that coffee plantation and those tea plantation, they are pulling it down. Example, we had Mcas sugar. It collapsed because of Uhuru government. Pan paper. It collapsed because of Uhuru government. Instead of telling us that we have to uplift this industry so that our young people could get there some employment, they are telling us to pass PBI. And in PBI, they are just adding themselves chances and vacancies for them to get money. If that MP now, that small little money, is not doing any development in the county, when they divide that county into, not constituency, into 2 constituencies, he'll just have to tell the other person, because they are just same people who will go there back. So they'll just have to say that because now the counties has been divided into small, now I can get the money and feed myself and do the whatever. Like I in my area, my MCA area, instead of constructing the road from Kitale to his own home, he moved away from Kitale and bought a land in somewhere developed area. Now he's in urban area, he can't go back to rural area. You want to tell me I'll go home and vote for that person again? I won't. Haisi jenga barabara hata ya kwenda kwake. Instead, amenunua shamba kwingine, hiyo imekaa pale. Ukienda saini, inaitwanga nini ya kuchunga ng'ombe? Kwa sasa watu wanachunga kwa boma ng'ombe. And it is your homestead. So we have to, I think this platform is to just discuss on how we can come out with the best leader. Like sai tukisema Senator Nancy, you come from where you are, you come, you tunakuvotia, you will change Kiambu County. It's okay. Warrior, now you have learned that your leaders are not doing anything. You have to go to your home background and educate people that now you have to choose somebody from Mustuni. You look for somebody who is from Mustuni, so that when he goes to the government, he will have to say, let me build a road to go to the Mustuni where is my homestead. You see?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nancy and Fighter, you guys, whatever you are talking about, and repeatedly that Nairobi was developed, Kiambu was developed, that is what we call capitalism. We are capitalist. You know, the previous government, the one led by the Kenyatta Senior and the Moi Senior, those governments were capitalist-based ideologistic, something like that. They were centralized, you know. The problem is not us. The problem is the guys who are on those governments. So we are trying to create a room where Wariahi in Mandera can have his share, and somebody in Migori and Kisii can have his share.
So that are you saying, Ayaga, are you saying those governments were bad? The previous governments of Moi?
Those two governments, I'm not saying they are bad.
That's true. They were.
I haven't said they are bad. Maybe, you know, I don't know. I was not there then. But, you know, politics and policies, there is so many factors that lead to contribution of such. As a historian, I know that Kenya was very divided at independence. So maybe they thought then that central kind of government was the best to them.
Okay, Ayaga.
Okay, let me follow up on Ayaga, please. 1 minute. And yet, you want to support Moi's son. What people, when he comes in, people will start telling him to be like his father. Just like Uhuru is told to agurume kama simba, kama baba yake, atoe kiboko. Atuli has told him atoe kiboko, kama vile babake alikuwa natoa. That's why I asked you about those governments. So we cannot choose their sons. Because choosing their sons is asserting that what their fathers did was right, and we liked it so much, we want their sons to take over from where their fathers left.
Thank you very much, Nancy. We cannot punish you because of your parent, you see. As much as Atuoli has told Uhuru atoe kiboko, Uhuru hajatoa kiboko. Uhuru
hajatoa, lakini amesema mkimuona kama paka amenyeshewa, msidhani yeye ni simba amepolea tu. So he's even threatened. What I'm trying to say,
Ayaga,
When
let
the
me
previous
Ayaga, let me protect you. Ayaga, let me protect you. Actually, Kenyatta government and Moi government. Okay, Kenyatta government ilikuwa tu mzuri, walikuwa wameanza kujifunza kazi na nini. Okay, although that time they were not so much into Kenya, the whole of Kenya, but they were just trying their best. Kenyatta, I don't think alikuwa na shida kubwa sana. Hata kama alikuwa anasaidia watu wake, walikuwa naiba ardhi mingi na walikuwa naiba mambo mingi, but I cannot say ati walikuwa wameleta shida mingi sana. Hata Moi hatuwezi kusema ameleta shida mingi, lakini if somebody wants to make something right now, very good. If somebody
what
wants,
country are you living in?
if somebody
Mr.
wants to,
I can talk about Moi. I wasn't there during.
Can
I
we
can even
understand?
talk about Kenyatta. Kenyatta people were afraid of him. They were
let
not
me
good.
talk about
They
Moi.
were,
I was in Wakati ya Moi
Moi,
properly. Let me talk
killed,
about Moi.
Moi
Nancy,
killed a lot of people.
I just want to answer something here, please. Can you give me a minute? I just
Go
want you
ahead.
guys to the time of Kenyatta, there was no democracy. The time of Moi, part 3, democracy came after 1990 side. So the government that we are in now, the regime that we are running in now, there is democracy, we have a new constitution. But it's the government that has really mutilated the constitution, and they have really our democracy now as we speak. As you could see the other day, someone is just imposed to be the senator in the Senate simply because his father was so and so. This kind of we are going back to the regimes which we voted harshly to remove from power, and we cannot stop this if we are going to reason like this. We must stop this by all costs. That we cannot go back to the Moi regime and to the Kenyatta regime.
And you know,
Democracy.
Uhuru was very nice initially, but people kept telling him, you're so soft, you need to be like your dad. So under pressure, he has taken to take steps that people are saying we are going back to the old days. And even if we put Gideon, we will go back to the old days. So you have to ask yourself as a person, do you want to move your country forward, or do you want to pull it back? Because
Okay, actually,
every step you take.
Actually, Uhuru and Moi and Kenyatta, what we are talking about is right now, if somebody wants to do something for Kenya, he can do it. We don't want somebody who can start telling us that amepoteza 2 billion every day, and he is still there. He's saying he's commander of chief. What
And
is
you
that?
know what he wants
kind
to
of
do?
nonsense?
That's why I'm telling you, these sons of these presidents, what he will do. BBI ikienda through. Unajua when Moi, when they did the multipartyism, since it was a new constitution, he now came back and said, since the old constitution is gone, then I can run again under the new constitution that gives the president 2 terms. So if BBI goes through, Uhuru can run again now with a new constitution, because if the old constitution is not barring him again from running his 2 terms. So what I'm saying, let us be careful. If you think that the Moi regime was not good, let me finish, please. If you think, let me finish. If you think the Moi regime was not good, if you think the Uhuru regime was not good, you cannot choose their children. Mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka.
No, Nancy, fighter, order, fighter. I will give you 1 minute, yeah. Fighter, you know, my sister Nancy is good in rebattling. You will not beat her in that. You see, alikataa tu kuongea, anangoja rebattling, so he is good at that. So mimi kitu naambia Nancy ni moja, mimi mtoto kwa hii dunia in my lifetime, tafadhali don't punish my kid on my mistake. Bible is against that. Kila mtu abebe mizigo yake. My friend fighter, you have your challenges too in this world today as we speak. Yeah. Tomorrow we can't say did this and that, we punish you on that. What Uhuru has done, the roads Uhuru has built, the electricity connectivity, you can't compare that with his dad. the level of democracy we have now. It is now that I can even come here online. Maybe he's watching, I abuse him, and nothing happens to me. Leave alone Atuoli. We don't want to reason people like Atuoli. We can't discuss Atuoli here. Atuoli has that mind of 1970. Atuoli told us the first time he voted is 1969. Yeah, Atuoli
He
is
is a
just
member
like
of your
our
party.
grandmother. Yeah,
Ayaga, I'm not crucifying. I'm crucifying them for their actions, which have shown tendencies to line up with their parents. If you look at Susan Kihika's parents was also one of the cartels, but nobody calls her a dynasty because she has proven that she is not toying in line with her cartel or her dynasty father. She has chosen to go the hustler way. And people say, even Susan Kihika is saying she's a hustler. Her heart is hustler. She's not going in the way of her father who dined and chose the way of the dynasty. So even Moi is a senator in Baringo. He's hardly seen there. Even when there is a crisis, even when there was hunger and a call was there. He did not show up. Why are you keeping on? Please, let me finish. He did not go there.
Just say your points one by one. What is the problem? What is? Are you talking about governance? Are you talking about you hate these people naturally, or what are you talking about? Dictatorship or whatever? Huyu Ayaga anacheka tu hapa, anataka tu kijana ya Moi aingie hapo hivyo, na kijana Moi hata ingia hapo. KANU tulitupa zamani sana.
Well, another India under if BBI goes through, I'm telling you, unless God comes down from heaven, huyo kijana wa Moi ataingia. If you let BBI go through, and this is my last point, maybe I'm all over the place because I'm not a politician. I speak from my heart. But we as a people, we are sitting down and discussing a bill which has been imposed on us by the president, and it is being called a people initiative. And people have grown adults who are educated are in parliament discussing, in quotes, people's initiative, where they very well know that this is Uhuru initiative. And I think they should stop him and tell, there should be a litmus test to determine when does a people initiative become, can it be the two principles is Raila and Uhuru, and Uhuru is the main principle and he's in the executive. So it is not a people's initiative.
Ashley, are you trying to say that Uhuru wants to come back through this BBI? He wants to become a prime minister or president?
Yes. And
Thank you. Order.
That's my opinion. And let me say
Nancy, a minute.
Let me give my last.
Nancy, a minute. Please, Mtambei, kama kuna Ishmael anataka kuingia ako background, please ingiza yeye.
Na mimi ni Ashley, utapigwa na Nancy bibi yako.
No. Naongea na Matembei. Kuna watu wanataka kuingia wako backstage na waingizwe tu.
No, nasema unaniita Nancy. I'm Ashley.
Oh, pole.
Yeah, don't forget, you should know the face of your wife.
Kama akona wengi, ajui sura sana sauti zao.
Unaenda kuonesha moto.
Okay, so my last point is this. Raila should be very careful. You know the way Magufuli just became a president and he didn't even barely last 6 months? The vice president became the president. Raila should not love that presidency position so much unless he just wants to be president and doesn't care, because his life will be in danger once he becomes the president. The real president will be whoever will be the vice president, because they might want to use Raila because he's a good vehicle to get there. But once they get there, they might do him what they are doing Ruto. And he's old. It's so easy to say he died of natural causes, but that is a propaganda that I see that happening. So he should be careful, and he should do right by the people who have supported him. He should do right by us. He should not seek the presidency to the detriment of his supporters.
Thank you very much. I think Guy amenyamaza sana. My brother, the floor is yours.
Unajua Ashra amesema umekuja na wife nikashindwa. Kumbe hata ni dynasty unakuja kurura hapa na familia. But I think one more thing before nikuja kwa hiyo point yana nikuwa na gogo hapa nikaona how they share the revenue. Kitu ya kwanza wana consider kuna ile wakichukua hii 15%, the first portion wana divide equally. Halafu kuna portion nyingine wana divide depending na population. Kuna ingine wana share depending on land area, poverty index na basic hiyo ingine ni gani? Na physical. So do you know one thing about hii mambo ya nini even the county government, and I said that before, they are supposed to raise their own taxes. And the reason why this doesn't favor Kiambu, because Kiambu can raise an extra 100 million very easy compared to Garissa. So that's why we are supposed to make sure that everyone, and I ask you this question, Ayaga, even taxes, we don't pay the same amount of taxes. It depends on how much you're making, right? But the problem on the other thing was about, because the reason why I think Baba is supported, because Baba, this BBI doesn't favor Baba at all. I don't know why because I personally believe he is supporting it because Baba, and I expect endorsement 2022. Although Murade has said that, but the reason why I think Murade was saying that, because he was expecting some kind of protection. Ikifika hapo 2022, Murade atachange phone number vile alifanya wakati Baba alienda Githurai. He switch off his phone akajikata. So sahi anafanya hivyo, you'll be protected. Baba niliona Babu Owino akienda ni mtu wa kwanza kwenda kumsupport, kumprotect Baba huko, Murade huko, nikasema okay. So Baba, you think you have friends here? Goja 2022 ifike utaona. I don't think so. Everyone else, they are waiting for Uhuru to endorse them. I don't know how that will play, but being a person from Mount Kenya, I don't think, in my opinion, Uhuru, watu watafuata Uhuru. Because you can see, I've listened to a lot of people talking here with people saying that from our region. We don't give a damn about Uhuru anymore because we think he played us, the dad played us, and we are tired. We just want him to finish his term and anyone else can come to us directly, whether you are Baba, whether you are whoever, come to us. We need to ask you some questions. If you answer, then we can talk about it. I don't think vile Murade anasema, I think anawaenjoy hapa ndio akuwe protected. So mimi bwana Yaga, sijui hapa mnaingiaga saa gapi? I have to go. It's the top of the hour. I'll see you next time. It was nice talking to you, Atuya, Ashley, Engineer na rafiki yangu Aria. So next time tuko pamoja. Mnakujaga Sunday, every Sunday Yaga?
Tunaanzanga ngoja kidogo Aria. Tunaanzanga Friday saa 2. Always Friday, Saturday, Sunday saa 2. Inaanzanga saa 2. Hata leo tumeanza late due to our host. Huwa tunakuwa hosted na Clinton ama Mtambei, lakini leo ni kama Mtambei iko up countries and Clinton is not feeling well. So before wende wacha ni kujibu. You know I'm in Kanu and hiyo ni ukweli. If you need somebody who don't need endorsement in Kenya is Baba. Baba can endorse you, but Baba has never been endorsed. I don't think there is someone who can thump chest that I endorsed Baba. Nobody at all. Baba I don't think he needs that endorsement. And I don't think if Baba is in ballot, those numbers you are talking about in central Kenya, they are real. They are just fallacy that they are always being brought to vote against Baba, which is very dangerous. I think you guys should pray that for you to see those numbers you guys are imagining of, Baba should be in the ballot. I think any member of UDA, even Ruto himself, in the interview in Citizen, he said, my competitor is Raila Amolo Odinga, Baba peke yake. Baba kama yuko, Central can have that voter apathy. When Central has that voter apathy because they always vote against Baba, Ruto can suffer. So I think you guys, the candidates, you should push very hard to be in the ballot. If you are genuine a Ruto supporter, is
That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
my net imeruka. My net imeruka.
Sorry.
So a moment tunasema Baba aichezwe maybe akose kwa ballot, you will see the greatest voter apathy. Because you know, in Central people, they always go to vote against Raila. This one is something I'm telling you. They always vote against Raila. They don't vote against any policy. They don't vote against any policy. They, even if you ask them today, which policy you are asking Uhuru Kenyatta, you are asking Uhuru Kenyatta, you are not doing this and this. Which policy did Uhuru Kenyatta promise them? Nothing. They were just told, go and vote against Raila Molodini. And he's out.
My friend Ayaga, even Luos from Luo Nyasa, they vote for Raila, whether he comes with what, whether he doesn't come. So you cannot just bring those things here. Luos are the worst. Let me tell you, even now as we speak about the BBI, can you tell us when did the CI pass the BBI? They didn't even, they did not
No, fighter today, you didn't see the TV. You didn't see the TV today. In Nyanza, they were giving out some opinion statements. Watu wamesema Nyanza, wamesema tuko na problem ya COVID right now. Na hujaangalia TV leo usiku?
I'm talking about when they were passed by the counties, BBI. They passed it the first day. So, simply because Baba said. So, let us not mix these things here. Kikuyus or Central Kenya, we know how they vote. This time, they have decided how they will vote. That's their own opinion. But let me tell you, let us not bring this issue of voting. The tribe that doesn't vote based on their tribe is Kisis and Luyas.
Ayaga, so many people in the backstage. Can you call Mtembei?
Mtambe, please, if you are hearing us, Clinton is not around. So Mtambe,
Ayaga, wacha mimi niongee, mimi sijaongea. Mimi naweka tu point of order.
A point of order from Wariae.
Mimi natengeza tu point of order, lakini sijapewa wakati ya kuongea.
Haya, hebu endelea, chukua dakika 3.
Sasa let me tell you something. Briefly, Mr. G, kabla hujaondoka, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. Hii issue ya kusema ati Kenya ati yani tuseme kuna watu walipigania Kenya. Hiyo kitu Ayaga ndio nataka niharibu hapa. Leo usikie vizuri. Hakuna mtu alipigania Kenya, kila mtu alipigania Kenya. Ukienda Wajia sasa hivi utakuta maiti za wazungu zimemwagwa hapo. Ziko pale. Enda Wajia police station unakuta maiti ya wazungu zimelala pale. Kila mtu amepigania Kenya. Kama wewe ulipigania Kenya huko Mau, sisi tulipigania Wajia. Mwingine alipigania Lamu, mwingine alipigania Kisumu. Kila mtu alipigania Kenya kwanza. Hiyo ni moja. Ya pili, hii tunajua Wakikuyu ama hao watu wa Central ama Meru wako na njaa mingi sana. Tunajua because wamezaana long time ago. Hata sisi wenyewe tunaanza kuzaana. Kila mtu ako na njaa yake, lakini sasa wacha tupange hiki kitu polepole. Sio tunakula peke yako, kila kitu unakula peke yako. From 1963 unakula peke yako, unataka kukula kila kitu peke yako, alafu sisi wale tuko huko. Imagine how can you explain to me that somebody from Northeastern ako chini ya miti, mtoto anasoma chini ya miti, anatakana afanye the same examination na mtu ako Alliance High School. Hebu niambie, alafu wanafanya mtihani moja, they are doing the same mtihani, and you expect huyo mtoto aingie university na huyu naye aingie university na huyu apate kazi. Huyu akiulizwa which school did you school, anasema Alliance High School, na huyu akisema anasema Mandera Secondary School. Hakuna mtu anataka kujua Mandera Secondary School, mtu anaangalia Alliance High School. Sangapi watu wetu watapata kazi? That is why uwezi kukuta Msomali anafanya kazi ya serikali ile ya huko chini because one, we are being treated very bad. Serikali yenyewe haiangalii mshahara ya wafanyikazi. At the same time unakuta yani hatupate promotion. Hakuna mtu anataka kujua yani kuandika watu wetu. Hatuna hiyo levels, hata hizo ma levels hatuna because watoto wetu wametoka na C+.
Wewe Waria, Junet is Waria too. Na Junet na Duale.
Junet, hiyo ni mikora ya ODM, ametoka huko upande za sijui ni wapi, ni wale watu wanaitoka mikora. Yule jamaa alikuwa anaitaka hao mikora. Ala, si mkora, hata ni mikora, anaitwa mikora.
Chinkondi. Ineke kusi Chinkondi.
That is a guy who was brought up na hiyo pesa yake huko pande za huko, hata nafikiria ameoa hata mjeliwa nafikiria.
Wewe. Junet ameoa Uria.
Sasa Waria, hiyo ndio fashion utafuata ukitaka kuingia kukula. Uende uoe pia wewe.
No, sasa unajua sisi saa hii ndio tunaanza kutokea. Umeona saa hii sisi tumeanza kushika wa Kikuyu, tunaendelea, tumepata Kamukunji constituency, tunaendelea polepole. Hii mambo tutaenda polepole, lakini msitupeleke mbio bwana.
Wauria.
Yes.
Wauria, Benson hata najaribu kukol Matembei na ashiki simu. Na yeye peke yake ndio anaweza waad. So I know mko background, lakini najaribu kumpigia. Ndio maana unaona natoka narudi. Wauria
kumpigia Clinton. He might not be, he can be able to add maybe. Because he had said he could add. Yeah.
Wauria.
Yes.
Go ahead, fighter.
I was about this regime and the way they want to stay in power. You know, someone and says, Uhuru Kenyatta is too young to go home. Where do you expect him to go? We wonder whether these people, he doesn't say that because he just wants to say that and go. He is just trying to test the waters and listen to what are the people saying in the ground. Now it has become to be a song. And this is why they are forcing BPI to pass through, just like one of us said here. So that after the BPI passes through, I am telling you, you will see them saying now, this is a new term. Even the governors, that will be the new term now, from where they will start, the new constitution. This is what they are fighting for. Those people who are blind, who cannot see, they are just supporting, saying, oh yes. After this thing has that's why they wanted do or die before the elections. So they can say, oh, it's now a new term. And we are not going to accept this to be like the president must be from Kenyatta, after Kenyatta, Moi, after Moi, Kenyatta, after no. This cannot go on like that. Even if it's for us Kenyans who have now been able to see, we must condemn these actions. We must stand firm and say no to this. So the BPI is just lies. They are even contradicting themselves by saying they gave the counties different versions of the BPI. What kind of rubbish is that? One of us asked the question, Mr. Ayaga, and he did not answer this one. How does this BPI protect elections, electoral violence? There is nothing, absolutely nothing. They are adding some spaces, some seats over there. They are putting a very big burden to the common man, as in tax, as far as tax is concerned. Imagine if they are bringing the prime minister. Oh, sorry. Can you? Okay. And the prime ministers, the prime minister and the two deputy prime ministers. What is the purpose of the two deputy prime ministers? Because the two deputy prime ministers were there in the regime when the government was being shared, Mukatenusu. So ODM, or I don't know whether it was NASA or whatever it was, not NASA, the other new brigade from Raida could get the share and bring one deputy, and the other side, Yakibaki, to bring another deputy. Now, in this regime, or in that government which is going to come, what would it be the purpose of two deputy prime ministers? It's just rubbish because they don't want to think. They are just they are just drunk. They just want a leader in those new positions. Just imagine bringing the position of a prime minister how much it needs to serve a state for 1 year. And imagine the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, all these MPs by year is a lot of money to service those new positions. It is going to mean even the parliament which they are sitting today cannot accommodate these MPs. The Senate which they are sitting today cannot accommodate these senators which they want to nominate others at one county to be represented by 2 senators. For what purpose? So that they can be able to manipulate those nominated senators. When they tell them that they want to vote this way, they thought they went
They
to
need
vote.
to Cecilia Barire yesterday when she was giving her submissions, not yesterday, on Friday. The majority leader woke up on a point of objection, I think, to remind her that she's a nominated MP or senator. And she said, "You will not intimidate me." And I liked her boldness because she's against BBI and she did not stop to give out her views. But he had woken up and said, but the thing he was saying that she wasn't explaining something. And she said, had you waited for me to finish what I was saying, you would have heard that I was explaining. I was going to explain what I said that I don't like about the BBI. But what I noted is that he did not just call her Senator Barire, he called her nominated senator. So it was a code to remind her that she's nominated and she should show in line. So those nominated are supposed to be removed because that is not democracy. Because the president cannot put people there and force them to do his will. He should put I don't see the need of nominated people. Well, we have so many leaders already. I wish they would put that money in security because there's so much insecurity in Kenya. And direct those.
Actually, Kangata, in fact, when he was giving out a submission, King Kangata in the parliament, in the Senate, he said the new additional 70 MPs will add another 20 billion annually on the current amount of money that we are paying right now. And then on top of that, there will be so many people in the parliament that the population even in America, they don't have enough MPs like that.
We might need as many police, but not as many leaders. And if they can use that money to give police better living conditions, better pay, that way they will not be taking bribes. That way we can even take that money to educate them, take them to schools to learn how to be people of integrity, so that we can have a force that is honorable with integrity. And then who is too young to retire, he doesn't want to go spend time with his wife. He might need to look for a second wife to keep him busy after this 2022. Then he won't have too much time in his hands.
So in other words, you are trying to say that this BBI thing, we need to throw it away. And I don't know. This is now the story that is in the town right now. I don't know kina Ayaga wanataka kuforce kitu ingie, lakini haitawezekana hii maneno. Mtafute njia nyingine tu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before Atuya speaks, Wariai, BBI itapita. Kuna Waria mwenzako hapa anaitwa Abdullah Dido. Nimemtafuta kuja online lakini bado ako Mandera. Angekwambia BBI atapita, hata ishapita because all the difficult stages BBI ilipita. And finally wachana na kotini. NASA side where Raila is, they are good on those injunctions, so don't worry about that.
No, Ayaga, there is an issue of these 70 constituencies were added. It was not in the first draft. Second thing, issue is serikali ya IEBC baada hajamalizika hiyo maneno. Third thing, there are two bills. Future.
It is not a people's initiative. It's an
hatujamalizana bado mzee.
Thank you very much.
Hiyo kitabu ni ya Uhuru. You should take it back to him. Tell him when he becomes a citizen, then we can do a people's initiative and he can start one. But right now he's in the executive. And BBI is not a people's initiative.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Atuya, you will be moderator. I'm going, nataka kuprepare in like 1 hour, saa 9 nitaenda kazi. So I beg you, please chukua hii maneno, nijipange niingie kazi. Ni call Matembei aingize hao watu wengine wenye wanataka kuingia. Tafadhali. Mimi naenda. Good night.
Unapotea wapi na wewe ndio the bull's eye mali tuna throw darts tu.
So
sababu mimi nimekuwa nikisikiza the conversation. I don't think BBI iko na any support apart from you. So
iko
maybe
iko we fanya hivi.
Yeah, okay.
20
the only other person ni Mtembei anakuja anaandika ati Ruto finished. Every day anaandika Ruto finished. Not only is finished. Where is he finished?
25th July, and you can take this to the bank. 25th July, Kenyans might go to vote. After that, we will count the vote. If it is Ayaga alone, I will accept the result. Mimi si mtu wa kuinga maandamano.
One thing I might accept with you or agree with you is that BBI inaweza pita on the side that it will have a very minimal turnout. Maybe 2 million Kenyans will turn out to vote, and 98% of them will vote yes, and that might make it go through. I don't know if it needs a minimum requirement.
No, thank you very much. No, a by-election, that is kind of like a by-election. It's not a general election. Nobody will travel from Nairobi with this economy to go vote in Kisii because of BBI. I don't think it will. So turnout, generally, it will be low. But the people who want to sabotage it, let me tell them, because I have this by experience. The government that is giving us a lot of trouble now, from where I come from, we never voted. We sabotage the vote. My friend, the government, the things are going on as usual. So either you vote or you don't vote, that thing will affect you. So it is either you go vote no, hear your voice, knows that, let the world know that you vote no, rather than staying at home.
Are you trying to say that hii mambo ya kotini wameharasiwa au watu wa ombudsman na judiciary na national police service na hizo vitu yote wameharasiwa? You want to tell me this BBI will pass the judiciary?
Maybe I don't think the judiciary has been harassed because there is a change of guard in the judiciary. There is a change of guard. We will be having a new Chief Justice very soon. Everybody who is entering a political leadership comes with this style and demands. If Maraga had a problem with the government, I think we never know. We never know.
Ayaga, don't you think we need to finish the program? Because it looks like there are people who want to come in. Most of us want to leave, but Mtembei looks to be nowhere to be found.
Nimejaribu kumpigia na nini ashiki, naona kina Said, kina watu wanataka kuingia.
So when do you think Ayaga I can come back on this kind of information, on this kind of forums?
On Friday. In fact, nowadays we do Tuesday ones. We do have one on Tuesday from Sambili, and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Fighter, ask me the question. There is a certain microphone. Whose mic is making that noise? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was it is just stops, just one simple thing stops the case from going on. Like one, this is not the initiation of this PBI, how it started. It's not the public who initiated it. That one on its own, it is supposed to stop this thing by the court of law, and that will be the end of the story. So it is going to pass simply because we have people who are the police, like police, the president and the co-partner. They just want to push these things into the core of us, into our throat, just because they want it. But the truth is, this is not an initiative of the people. And that one, only that one can stop this one from going anywhere, and that one can dismiss it from in any court of law. So if it is in court and the right channel is going to be followed, I am telling you, it cannot pass. But if they are going to force it the way they are continuing forcing it in parliament, then they will pass it because they just want to pass it. So they can enforce it as well to the people.
Fighter. Before here, every Kenyans were crying, please let Uhuru, the president and prime minister, sit down and talk so that this country can have a problem. That is, those were Kenyans at that time. Now there is no more Kenyans than those people who are making such pleas. So Uhuru got around 8 million votes. Those were Kenyans. Uganda, got about something like that. Those were Kenyans. Those guys represent Kenyans. When you are a politician,
I don't understand from which perspective you understand that those are Kenyans. Those are
parliament from
down.
As how amepita mimi nitoke kidogo
Ayaga.
kuuliza maswali wa thank you very much.
Ayaga. There is some noise there. Hey, sijui hiyo ni microphone ya nani?
Ya Wariahe.
It's really bad.
Thank you very much. Wacha kidogo tafadhali. Nimejaribu 4 hours. Let me do other thing. Unless Omondi uko na question na mimi.
Hapana, nataka kujoin tu kidogo niseme kitu kimoja. By the way, umefanya vizuri sana.
Nimejaribu.
Ati umejaribu, umefanya vizuri kabisa.
Thank you very much.
Wacha niseme tu moja tu. Yani, hii BBI, we all know why it is there. There was a big quarrel in the country in 2017, 2018. So that's just the basics of the BBI. Never mind the characters involved. So we all hope that it's something that can, make Kenyans to cross over to the other side. And I think Kenyans are very peaceful people, I think so. So, and I know that, like what you said there, this thing is going to pass because in the politics of our continent, the incumbent must pass, no matter how we like it. Yeah. So it will pass, right? But it has huge problems. This thing. Okay. For me, I concur with those people who say that it will cost Kenyans a lot of money, the taxpayers, to foot the bill for new characters, the 70 constituencies. This is just it's a terrible thing to happen. So for me, this is the only problem I have with it, how much it's going to cost the country. Other than that, I think it is a good thing, which should be reviewed before it is eventually voted for or against. And I think William Ruto was right about saying that it should have been a referendum where you are given multiple choices, rather than yes or no. So hiyo tu ndio yangu.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Reverend, take my side on feeling BBI because thank you much for coming. But anyway,
Ayaga. I want to talk to Fighter.
Talk to Fighter. I will hear it on background.
Nimesikia Fighter anasema BBI is not people initiative. Nataka kumuuliza, kwani nyinyi hamkupeleka hoja yenu wakati ile jopo kazi ilikuwa kizunguka? Nijibu Mr. Fighter. Why are you telling us that it is not people initiative?
Listen, wakati jopo kazi ilikuwa inafunguka, lakini hakuna mwenye alikuwa anaona wenye wanazungukia. Hii maoni ambao watu wengi tumepeana hapo nje, tumekuja hata tukapeana maoni yetu, lakini hakuna imekuwa included. So
sasa
sababu ya kama ingekuwa people's initiative ni not sio kuja kuwekwa hapa katikati uanze kuwekesha kuingiza panani. Ile shida wale wawili walipokaa chini walikuwa wanasuluhisha, sio kubadilisha sheria, sio kubadilisha constitution. Walikuwa waone kiini chenye kinafanya Wakenya watengane, ambao walisema ni elections.
Fighter, pata na kusikia vizuri, lakini baada ile jopo zunguka, sio document ilipelekwa kwa county. What happened with the document when wakati ilipelekwa kwa county ikapigiwa kura? The document, tell me the document is people initiative, lakini ambie tu labda ni vile the process ndio labda imekuwa na dosari, but it is people's initiative.
Sasa ndio haya, wacha tu niende upande wako vile nasema bwana Oriri Seth.
Yes,
but what is this the way it
kuna so much background noise atuaski.
Hata mimi kuna kelele, sijui microphone ya nani na kelele.
Nasikia ni microphone ya Wariai.
Wariai ametoroka.
Sio microphone hapo, ni microphone yake.
The way
Fighter, hebu try kurekebisha yako.
Mine.
No, haikuwa ya Fighter kwa sababu wakati Fighter alikuwa amenyamaza, the noise was still going on, so it must be somewhere. Maybe mtu alitoka akawacha microphone unmuted.
Okay, sio yangu.
Ni Atuya. Atuya ametengeneza hiyo sasa.
Atuya.
No.
Okay. Inaanza.
Hello. So my brother Seth, when you say that the PBI was taken to the counties and it passed, you are forgetting that Uhuru, the president himself, went to Sagana and promised all the MCA 2 million shillings so that they can pass that thing. And as you know, Kenyans, as soon as they know that they are going to get whatever those handouts, they voted that BBI anonymously. So you cannot say that it passed in the counties because it was a good thing. Even today, the problems that we have in the counties, I mean in the Senate and in the National Assembly, is the question of being these people, they are being bribed to vote the way the government or the way the initiators of this BBI wants. And that's what people, like when you see Orengo and other people who believe in the truth about what is in the constitution or in BPI, they say that their minds, now it becomes to be a problem to some people. This is all about personal interests. People have their own personal interest. Nikipata chenye napata, sasa mimi nitapiga. Hata kama ni mzuri hata ni mbaya napiga. Lakini ya maana ni kwamba Mr. Seth, Reverend Seth, unafaa kujua hivi. This BBI is out there to make Uhuru continue with another new term. To make the government who have already finished their terms to start their term. And that is why they are pushing it for whatever, in whichever way, so they can see that it's done before the general election, which is coming next year. Believe me or not, you will come to realize that these are the reasons why they are pushing it by all means. There is nothing that is good in this constitution and in this BPI, only things that they are promising, like 35%, which they can do without the BPI. The thing that they are saying, they bring up the prime minister. Just imagine how much only the office of the prime minister needs to set it. How much do we need to build new parliaments, Senate and National Assembly?
Fighter, how much are being stolen now? Before you go there, how much are being stolen now?
I am Reverend. You are disappointing me with the name that you have. I know you are an intelligent person. The people who are saying that it was an initiative provided by the people are the same people who are saying that Ruto is still in government. People are not stupid. People are seen. People are intelligent. These are loopholes that are being used to circumvent the law, to go around the constitution. And you know that. So I will not go back and forth to try to explain to you. From my looking at you, you are an intelligent person, but you're prying on somebody who is stupid. And even the shows in the country have become enlightened. They know. So let's not go about the people's. This is, if it was about people's initiative, guess what? Today, they would not be going to parliament to debate about BBI. They would be going to parliament to make sure that people have food, that people stay home, because there is no reason for the economy to be open now. In 3 weeks, we will be crying, collecting our relatives on the street because they'll be dying of corona. If we really cared, if this government cared about the people, they would be in parliament right now, trying to maneuver how they are going to make this economy stand, how they are going to make sure people stay at home, how they are going to feed those people with that money that they want to give to those new positions that they are electing. The government, the economy is so bad, the government cannot afford those new positions. They cannot afford to, but they are choosing to do that at the expense of the people. So it is not a people initiative. You can use that term, but we all know, and you also do know that it is not. It is Uhuru. And that is why it's taking preference right now, that they can go where they are being recalled from recess to come to parliament to discuss BBI, because the big boys, they want to keep the big boys happy because there is a deadline. Yet people are dying every day due to lack of medical care. And then we are saying we are doing BBI because it is a people's initiative. How many leaders, not only people, their leaders have begged Uhuru to give some of this money he got from IMF, to give it so that they can feed people. And he has refused. He would rather open the country and put the Kenyans he swore to defend on the line. Wait, 3 weeks from now, people will be dropping dead. Will be another India. Someone yesterday was saying that we need to practice social distancing. You know those tuk-tuk, or what do you call them? Bonda. How do you practice social distance when you're behind somebody being carried in a bonda? It's not possible. And that is why we need a government that cares about the people. A government that will keep people locked up because they know it is the best. These leaders have all got vaccinated. Soon they will go and start spreading BBI, holding rallies, knowing very well that even though they get COVID, it will not be serious, but the people who come to those rallies, some will die from that COVID. And then you talk to us about a people's initiative. Please, at least have the decency to respect our intelligence.
I mean, what I can add here only is
Don't add before I say something, because Ashley said that I'm disappointing her. Ashley said that, so I have to respond before you add something. Okay.
Because of your title, a man of the cloth should be a truthful person, and when you don't become truthful, you spoil that. You think.
I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to agree with you to be truthful. The truthful is, even right now, the economy of Kenya is not benefiting you. I know where you are feeling the pinch. So if the economy is not favoring you, why you are going against something which might help?
Let me tell you the reason. It's because they are coming on a lie. It is built, the foundation is on a lie. It is not a people's initiative. Uhuru is in the executive. It is executive driven.
The foundation is not on a lie. The two principals spoke candidly why they came up with the handshake. And actually we felt it.
Just forget about
no,
all that.
What brought the BBI? That is the foundation. That is what brought the BBI, which you are against.
Reverend and Ashley, excuse me a bit on the issue of coming together. I think if somebody wants to bring Kenya together, you can bring Kenya together in a very nice way. It's not like you are trying to do it in a Harambee house or whatever. There is what we call Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which brought up a report. That report has not been implemented. If you want to bring all Kenyans together, why don't you first apply that TJRC? Uhuru said, I'm going to spend another 10 billion to make sure that TJRC is implemented. After today, we are waiting for him. There are people who have problems. There are some people who were killed in Molo, 1992. Up to today, they have not got even nobody even has come and said poleni. Kuna watu wamemalizwa 2007 mpaka leo hakuna mtu amekuja kusema poleni. Kuna watu wamemalizwa Naivasha same. Kuna watu walichomwa huko Kiambaa same. There is a TJRC report which Uhuru is sitting on. Kama unataka kuleta nchi pamoja, bring Raila, bring Uhuru, bring Ruto, bring Mudavadi, bring every person and then bring that report. Kuna watu wamemalizwa huko Wajir huko kwetu. 5,000 people have died in Wagala massacre 1984 up to today. Hakuna mtu ameongea juu hiyo maneno. Sasa wewe unasema tunaleta nchi pamoja. Wewe unaleta nchi pamoja katikati ya Harambee House.
Now, one of those three principles is a murderer. Somebody murdered Musado. We need to know who. And he might be one of the principles of the BBI. And you're having a murderer sit there and tell you what kind of constitution to set up and set it up so he will never be caught. Let me tell those people who murdered Musado. The other day, there were 4 people killed. When you murder somebody and they start thinking they're going to get caught, they're going to come for your neck because they want to wipe out their steps. So if you are wise, you will run away and you will go and expose them because you are also on the line. You are also soon it will be your turn to be killed. When you kill, the person you kill for will come for you because they don't want to get caught.
Reverend Oriri, I don't know if you support Raila Odinga, but me, I used to support Raila Odinga for the past at least around 15 years, like that. But right now, amepoteza mwelekeo, kusema ukweli. Amepoteza mwelekeo. We wanted him to work for us. Hata watu wa Northeastern, alikuwa amejaribu sana akatengeza Ministry of Northern Kenya so that tujaribu. Lakini sasa siku hizi for the past around 5 years hivi amepoteza mwelekeo. Sasa Ruto ndio anaonekana amechukua hizo advantages za zile vitu Raila alikuwa anapigania, bottom up economy, hustler nation. Watu wanaumia, watu kwa wengi wanaumia, si ati watu kidogo wanaumia. Central hapo from 1963 up to today wanajua ati wako na president, hawana president, watu wanakufa na njaa pale.
And also, you see, Raila is ridiculed because they keep saying that he keeps fighting after each election. It is true, I know, that the elections are rigged against him. But because he doesn't stand and press to the end, he agrees to be bribed, then he makes himself be ridiculed. And I make yeye mwenyewe aitwe a man of violence. While yeye ndio victim, he's the victim. No, let me finish my thought.
You are using the word bribe. That's what the time you said, as a pastor, I'm not supposed to lie, because if I lie, it's like I'm bringing some funny smell. When you are saying that, when you are saying it's been bribed, can you confirm that?
Yes. So he's
so
been
you are
bribed.
confirming to us that he was
They put with him at the table, and the thing is, they have learned what his weakness is. Raila likes to
bribery, something
okay,
has
let's
to
leave
change.
bribery. I'll keep it aside. They learn that he likes to be stroked. Anapenda kupapaswa. And that's why they're taking him goats, making him feel important. They know what
Government is always playing hardball.
But
Government is always look, Nancy.
Let me finish. The other day in Parliament, they were talking about how
you've talked
common
a lot,
denominator.
Nancy.
Please, I'll just be 1 minute. Let me finish. They were talking about how the common denominator of violence is Raila. What they are not saying is that each time he's rich, so is he supposed to go home quietly after he has worked hard, after he's rigged? And that's the question, because BBI doesn't even address that. That is why we are saying there are two principles in the BBI. No, there is only one. Uhuru is a driver.
If BBI,
Raila is a doormat. Because if he wasn't a doormat, they would have opened the server now so that they can show him, look, nobody stole your election. But Angalia yeye na Uhuru, he's the one who's coming out with
Actually, kama BBI page one hapo na first page ingeandikwa we are going to stop corruption. Page 1 hapo mbele number 1. Sisi ungevotia BBI
wanaongea na mdomo. Somebody said here, the problem is not what is the constitution. The problem is in implementation. The implementation is not there. And we all know that. So let's not argue about that. Let me finish this thing about Raila. Raila has been rigged, and like this last time, he should not. There is a time when it is necessary to have that violence. And in this election, when he went for the handshake, he was at the almost winning the fight. He was almost winning the fight. And how was he almost winning the fight? At the time that he went for, the person who was in a desperate situation was Uhuru at that time. Because at that time, Uhuru had started to rearrange because he still wanted to remove Ruto. So the very first thing he did, he moved the Kenya National Hospital CEO, Corolis or something, that was her name, and all the Kalenjins were really mad, and they were starting to say they are going to join NASA and impeach Uhuru. And then the Kambas, Ngilu started telling them to stop letting the Kikuyus come to steal, to destroy their land and take charcoal. So they had banned 2 lorries of Kikuyus from Kitui. So Uhuru was almost on his own. The Kambas were against him. NASA was already resisting, and now the Kalenjins were mad because they had removed Corrales. I think that was her name, Lily Corrales, the CEO
Actually, don't try to sweeten Raila. Raila wakati yake imeisha. Tafadhali mzee, mwambie mzee Oriri and his team. Raila wakati yake imeisha.
Let me give my opinion. I am giving my opinion.
I'm not even seeing your face. You are hiding your face. Talk like a man. Let me see your face. Tell me, Raila, tenya yake imeisha. But you don't speak while hiding under the table. Like Ashley, we don't see Ashley.
In fact, Raila Odinga, mimi nimekutana na yeye personally na amenipigia simu and I used to be a very close friend to Raila. Lakini sasa shida ile hiko ni
najua
nilikuwa na
Raila
support yeye.
anapigia simu hata waliokufa bana. Kabla mtu hajakufa alipigia simu. So don't come and tell us here that wewe ulikuwa rafikia Raila mnapigiana simu.
What I am trying to say is jamaa ni jamaa mzuri yani kiupande yake hata, lakini jamaa hajui kucheza game yake. This guy amepoteza wakati. Right now sisi tulikuwa tunategemea we are putting a lot of hope on him. Now amepotezea sisi time na amepotezea sisi wakati. Mtu akikuja kutuambia ati Ruto, mtu akuja kusema ati kwa nini Ruto hawezi kufanya kazi saa hii? Ruto does not have the instrument kwa mkono. Otherwise Ruto angefanya kazi mingi sana.
Okay,
oh, Benson.
Let me say something.
Yes.
You know, in the world we are in today, we have to give credit where it is due. And Waria, I don't agree with you at some statements that you make. You know, in a country like Kenya, that each and everybody has a space to fight for those spaces. Like if you see something wrong, you have to fight for it. And like, I don't know why, like each and every time, like people keep on blaming Raila for not talking. And everybody's a citizen of the country. And everybody can play those parts. And we have to, even though sometimes I disagree with him on some of his statements, on even some of the remarks he makes. But one thing that we have to agree, that he has played a part in Kenya. And some of the things, even like the freedom that we are now talking in this platform, is because of him. He has paid for it. Yeah. So one of the things that we have to, as a Kenya or as a country, we have to appreciate these our leaders. Sometimes they might have done something wrong.
Very true. Yeah.
We have to appreciate. We cannot say that Raila is done. Yeah, he's not done. And what has placed him there is the Constitution. That's what has placed him there. And we know without doubt that Raila, his victory has been taken 2 times. We know, and that is something that we know is a history in the country. It's something that we know. So, Waria, what you should say is that maybe right now you don't agree with the blueprint of Raila, the kind of politics that Raila is doing, right? That's what you don't agree with. You know, even me, sometimes I don't agree with him, but there's some things that I really support him 100%. You know, we should not dismiss our leaders. They've played a critical role to see us where we are today. We should appreciate them. You know, even if we want to bring a new generation of leadership, we discussed here in this platform, how are we going to bring a new generation and how are we supposed to introduce them in politics? I know people like Raila, this is what they are proposing, but as the digital we are in, or like the generation we are in, that is not selling, but we should not dismiss them. Yeah. Even like
what is saying is very clear, Mr. Benson. Is not we all Kenyans understand what Raila has done in this country.
Yeah.
You know, and we appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
But we cannot be talking about Raila from 1980s to we are still talking about Raila to be the president. We must come up with the new ideas. I am just being honest with you.
So
we must come who can think as about what is happening. You know, I appreciate so much. I'm not encouraging or whatever it is, but I try to appreciate so much the system which Ruto tries to bring about. Let us try to change our economy. Let us try to focus on it on the other way around. You know,
I'm behind the news. How has Ruto tried to change the economy? Please update me.
What Ruto is trying to say is what we call the bottom up economy.
He's saying the pattern which he will bring, if he is given the opportunity, will be bottom up, not up down. So we have been, and they say clear that we have been using the top down, but let us try to change this pattern so that we can see.
Those are kind of Hitler politics.
Okay, Mr. Fighter. you know, I usually don't stand with the politician. I usually stand with the citizen of Kenya, those who are feeling the pinch. And all of us are learned, and you also, you're learned. On your own opinion, how to bottom up approach is going to work if themselves they cannot implement the constitution? How is it going to work? Because the kind of thing that Mr. Ruto, the bottom up that Ruto is talking about, if you look at the blueprint of Joe Biden of US, that is what Ruto is talking about. And if you look at that, if you want to compare the bottom up of US and bottom up of Kenya, it's not working, because like what was the thing that Joe Biden was saying is that like the people, the corporate that are earning a lot of money are going to be taxed more. The lesser one are going to be taxed less. But in Kenya, how are you going to do that? In that, even the factory, the government themselves have not created factory. How are you going to say that bottom up, giving people money without a clear reforms? You know, let us just be very, very realistic.
Benson, the last time Ruto said that, you know, like he gave an example of how much tax he's paying, and he said one of the ways, and even though if he doesn't become the next president, I hope that the next president of whoever is in charge would look into that, because he said if Mama Boga is paying so much more tax than a person who is earning like him, like the amount of money that they are being taxed is not in proportion. It's not a percentage of their tax of how much they make. So if that can be rectified in itself, there could be a stream of income coming into the government that is not there. And it looks like the people who make less are taxed a lot. The people who make more, he talked about where Mama Boga is being taxed like 400, or was he talking about NHIF? He's paying 1,400. And Mama Boga is paying 500 or something like that. But there's so much disparity, even in whatever example he gave, that if it was a percentage of each person's income, then there will be a lot of money earned from the top level people who are paying maybe 1% of whatever they make right now. And so actually, just that in itself would be a revenue stream. That in itself.
Benson.
Yeah, you see what you're talking about, that you are about the NHIF that you're talking about. This thing, if you look at the history of Kenya, this thing has already been discussed. Is that like what is happening? They're giving it a new name to make you feel that this thing is new. It's not a new thing in Kenya.
Okay, let me ask Benson and Reverend Oriri. How can we stop? What do you think there is a no political will to make sure that 2 billion that is lost every day can be stopped in a stroke?
And if
yes, it can be stopped.
Before Reverend,
yes,
I think when before I went for my classes, Waria was not there, and I want you, Waria. One thing that the foundation of our nation, when our forefathers founded our nation, Kenya, they immediately after taking it from the British, when we got our independence, what happened was they used what we call divide and rule. They inherited from the British. They inherited it from British. So in the divide and rule was like the British, when they came to country, they took very best places of Kenya. And that's what our leaders inherited. And if you look very keenly, even the forefathers, they have very big chunk of land that belongs to the Kenyan people. Yeah. So the foundation of our Kenya was based on stealing, taking things unlawfully. So it's not very easy to stop it.
I think Benson, there are some things maybe I need you to talk about so much. Like this issue of Kenya was an agricultural country.
Yes.
If it was an agricultural country, there's a whole company like Mcas, which you know that you will get sugar. You can get sugar day in, day out.
Yeah.
Why don't Raila and those people who are there
catch the government by the neck and make sure that those kind of industries are working fast.
And the question I'm still asking you, why is it that it's only Raila who can make it happen? Why
And
does
not you.
Kenyans and not you?
Me, they will not listen to me. They will not listen to me.
Unfortunately, Raila has been given a talent, and right now he's putting it under the bed. Right now, he's the only one. Even like someone like David D has tried to talk. Nobody listens to him. This guy, Boniface Mwangi, tries to talk. How many people? Even Nelson Harvey tried to call people to come out to the streets about the one-third gender rule. Nobody came. But Raila has a special ability, maybe given to him by God, or some people say anaendanga kwa waganga. I don't know which one is true, but the fact remains that he is the only one right now in Kenya who can command, and people come out and take, and that's why you see people talking about that.
Actually, to put it very simple, somebody like Raila, he has the guts of even stopping this government one day. Why don't he put
and
up
that is what you want, Orion. That is what you want, and that's what you are saying. Raila has let you down. Because you want to stop the government.
Not that way, Mr. Oriri. The point I'm trying to give you, just listen to it. Somewhere like Mumias Sugar or Sony Sugar, or my own father was a policeman in Kisumu in 1960s. He was there. All our children are speaking Luo. They are from there because my father, most of the people have gone to school there. We know the situation there. Most of the sugar is available. You can get sugar day in, day out. Sorry, sugar is down. Nyanza sugar is down. The other one, Moroni, is down. Mumias is down. Imagine how many people will have worked in those companies if those companies were working properly. If Raila is serious for all those time he's trying to disturb us and saying, please give us the vote, why don't he tell, even if he doesn't help Northeastern and he doesn't help Coast and he doesn't help any other person, why doesn't he make sure that those industries are working fast?
Can I come in, guys?
Benson.
Can I come in? Yeah.
Okay, let Omodi come in, please.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Benson.
Who is moderating? Because at the moment we are shouting at each other.
Benson.
No.
Okay.
Will I be a very good moderator? No.
Yes, go for it, man. Because at the moment we're just shouting at each other. It's endless.
Okay, let me try. Yeah.
It's like a riot. Where I am here in Belfast, you're doing better than us because here we are professionals in rioting here in Belfast.
we just did one today here.
We hapa Northern Ireland sisi ndio watu wa kuriot. Sasa tuachie hiyo. Msianze kupigana hapo. Sasa I would like to say kwanza fighter there, I think you wanted to ask me a question or say something when I finished talking about 40 minutes ago. So you can prepare your question. But in terms of this BBI, I don't want to concentrate too much on these leaders. But when we had that constitution in 2010, even those of us who are abroad, I mean, we thought this was such a brilliant idea. You know, this is just where Kenyans wanted to be. And we thought that devolved power to the counties was really the best thing ever. And personally, I still believe that. Of course, we know what happened after that. The governors thought they were presidents, and the presidents thought that their power was being, whittled away. So if in any case, if these MPs or whoever is going to positively tamper with this BBI, want to do something positive that can make it more sensible, one of the things that they should get back to is how these counties are managed and the powers that they have or not have. Because I swear, these counties, these were the things that was going to change things for Kenya. I remember how because I have this obsession with the tennis, and I was trying to impress on the governor of Bomet, Isaac Ruto then, and this guy of Machakos, Alfred Mutua. I targeted them personally, saying how I would help the county by identifying organizations and companies that can invest on tennis in Bomet and Machakos. Nowhere, not Nyanza, not Central, not anywhere, not Northeastern. And I did this purposefully after, every time when you're abroad, people say, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Kenya." "Can you run?" That's all they think about. That all we can do is run. That we tunakimbia tu kama wenda wazimu. But I thought, maybe if something like this devolved powers, these governors could invest on some kind of sports that can also be the HQ of that kind of sport in Africa. So be it tennis or something. We develop a new sport that we're not just people of of athletics, and So I spoke to Governor Ruto, not by phone. It was email correspondence and other social media. The same to Alfred. But these people, they have power trips, and this is a problem that must be dismantled. So that those governments, those county governments, is what we are worried about. We are not worried about who is the next president. Do you know what I mean? The problem is, in this long transition we have from 1963, this long transition, we are obsessed with the office of the presidency. I mean, somewhere like Germany, I think they have equivalent to prime ministers, so many. They say they have the same situation in South Africa. Many countries have this kind of thing. And they're not really obsessed with who is at the top office, So when it reaches that time where we will dismiss this obsession to Konayo about who sits in State House, then I think at that time, we nearly got there in 2010, but then I think we got the wrong people as governors. For example, my paternal side is Homa Bay County, even though I often think that I'm from my maternal side, which is Kano. But Homa Bay County, we thought that this guy would bring something called an agri-economy. And he just conned us left, right, and center, the governor of Homa Bay, right? Who should we blame? Should we blame Uhuru Kenyatta or his brother or Ruto? Or should we actually talk about our governors? So part of the problem to me is that we forget the localized politics, the localized economies, the devolved assemblies, and we concentrate on the national politics, which is what comes back to bite us. Okay? And I think this is something that maybe we need to discuss more. Me, I'm against the essence of electoral democracy. I don't believe in it, but that's just my selfish way of looking at it, because I think it's a waste of time. We keep murdering each other. If we're not shedding blood, if we're cursing each other here and there because of elections, I believe that people should be appointed to positions, because elections have failed us in Africa. But if we try to go for elections, then we better do it properly without lying to each other, and we have failed so far. But we should try this thing about the localized politics here, my governors, because I think really these county assemblies, if they are sorted out, we wouldn't even be wasting time talking about BBI. The county assemblies and the county governments are the things that we should really 100%. Me, I don't care about Raila Odinga or these other people, you know. Do you think they care about you? No. We have the same charismatic people.
Point of order, Mr. Omondi.
Yeah.
They are saying, please make final remarks. Yani wanamaliza in about 10 minutes. Can we make the final remarks?
Oh, you want me to conclude?
No, some Clinton has written on the chat here, guys, you can make your final remarks. Tunamaliza show in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So my point, I'm just finishing my point. My point is, I think we really need to look at our county assemblies, you know, and start from there. You know, someone talking about sugarcane and Mcas and all that. Our people are suffering also in Dewa. You know, some of us, we know who bought land and brought a sugarcane factory there. And then the company started buying sugarcane from Brazil and everywhere else and dumping it, you know. So do you blame Raila for that, or do you blame Uhuru Kenyatta for that? What is the role of the county governments? So that's me for today. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me, guys.
Can I come right after him in closing?
Excuse me, guys. Can you hear me?
Ashley, go ahead. Oh, Clinton is there.
Oh, Clinton is talking.
Excuse me, guys. Nilikuwa nauliza hivi, mnahitaji time ama mmechoka, mnataka kulala? Kama mnahitaji time, then you can continue with the discussion, alafu mtu atanipigia kwa WhatsApp aniambie nifunge isiendelee count. Meanwhile, you can still have 2 hours 55 minutes. Ndio 8
Give
hours.
us 1 hour. Yeah. Or whatever.
So kama mtu anaweza nipigia kwa WhatsApp mkimaliza, it will be better. So please, mtu ajitolee tu mkimaliza and call kwa WhatsApp ni
1 hour is maybe a few minutes.
Okay, so kama umesema 1 hour, I'll set my alarm to that 1 hour then.
Thank you very much, Clinton.
Nini bana unainua mkono?
Nakwenda. I'm leaving.
Okay, so
You 1 hour, 1 hour. We maybe is it 30 minutes can be okay? 1 hour maybe most of the people will be gone.
Hiyo sasa ni nyinyi panelists mna decide.
20 minutes. 20 minutes then. 20 minutes.
Okay.
Some of us we have already spoken.
Yeah, I will not speak. I can let anybody speak.
Thank you.
Ashley wanted to speak.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on Benson. I hope I haven't
Pastor
forgotten.
Amanda.
Yeah. I wanted to say that what you actually are talking about is working institutions. If our institutions work, then we don't need to look to the president. But sometimes in Kenya, the president interferes with the institutions. So we need a person who respects the law and the constitution in the very top seat, so that the other functions can work. And he should have a whip in his hand that when they do not work, he takes action, that whatever action he can take as the president. So personally, I think what we are missing is a person at the very top who will swear to uphold the constitution in order for our institutions to work. Thank you so much. I see you next week.
Hey, Ashley, Lala Salama.
Mr. Benson, can I also speak on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please, there is something which we have been saying here, and you have repeatedly saying that why do Raila has to be the one to do that? No, you are getting it wrong, brother. Raila is leading the minority party in parliament. The minority party in parliament they are the ones who are supposed to count or to check the government. The government. So it's their responsibility as a minority party to check on the government. So when the government is not doing right, and then the minority party now runs away to join the government, who fails now? To be very honest, they have failed their duty. They are supposed to put the government on check. Where things are not right, they are supposed to come out and make them the right way. So that's where, let me finish. From my point of view, that's why I say Raila has failed Kenyans on this part. We are not saying that we don't appreciate what he has done for all these
Okay, can I kind of like say something? You're done?
Yes.
You know, like the reason why you see things are happening the way they are happening is the way the 2010 constitution was made. You know, the 2010 constitution was made in a way that the executive is not in the legislative, yeah, is not in the parliament, yeah. So the only people that will always put the president on check and any other person is the house, yeah, is the house, and that house might come by the minority leader through minority leaders of the ODM. They should do that, because if I just want to give you an example, the example of the kind of the parliament we have is the same as the one that we have in the USA, the United States Parliament. Yeah, I can give you an example when the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, made a call to the Ukraine president to investigate Joe Biden, right? When that thing came, the House of Representatives brought in, did investigation and brought an impeachment motion on the president. Yeah. So on the minority side, if something is happening that that the government should be put on check, and it should be put on check by the minority, that is, Junet is in the minority whip, I think is somebody in parliament, right? And Orengo is in the Senate. So they're the people to initiate that. And they should, if they feel that the executive is doing something that is very wrong, they should bring him to both the houses and they ask him question, which they fail to do that. You know. So you find that the constitution has made it very hard for Raila even to be very vocal, because it outside. You know, it's not.
Raila is the leader of the party that is supposed to check. We are not talking about Raila himself. He's the boss of the party that is supposed to check on the government. Now, if the boss of the party that is supposed to check on the government has already gone to the government, that's what it is.
Benson, let me come in. Let me come in. Let me talk about the issue. The issue you are discussing has a general issue on the constitution. One, there is no political will, whether from Raila or from Uhuru, to implement the 2010 constitution. If the 2010 constitution is implemented, everything will go smooth. Even we will not need BBI.
Yeah.
But now some people are playing with the 2010 constitution. They have not implemented it. Now they are bring a new one, and then now they want to implement the new one. How can you implement the new one when you have not even implemented the first one?
I agree with that. But even if you watch when I'm in this show, even like the previous contribution, ever since, like I'm one person who has said no to the BBI, but I was just trying to explain something like they were saying like he was asking me about the Raila factor. And the way you've said, like, these people cannot implement the new constitution. And another thing is that, like, the people who should be fighting to put government on check, they're already in the government. So it's just like us in this platform is just to inform people, like, okay, this thing is not very good for us. So those who can listen to us will listen. And those who will go against us, and one time in lifetime they will come and say this constitution was bad. Changing it, like I usually say that bringing a new constitution, you can bring a constitution that is 100% perfect, but you don't have the people who have the political will to follow the constitution, because like they only agree with what is favoring them. If something is not favoring them, they don't agree with it. They say it is bad. But if it favors them, they say this is the best one.
Okay, Benson, I think you, I don't know if you were in school in around 1980s or something like that, because me, I was in school that time.
No, I was not. I completed my degree in 2012.
Actually, we were in school in 1980s. That time, everything was under control. There used to be what we call school inspectorate.
Yeah.
Everything had inspectorate. M&E, yani monitoring and evaluation. Everything had monitoring and evaluation. Even the police, they used to check the police. They used to check the schools. They used to check the hospitals. They used to check everything. Now, nobody's checking anything. Even the county government, they do the way they want. The government does the way they want. Even now, this proliferation of the private schools and private hospitals. Now, even I took my child to South B Plains-View Primary School. The school even does not have a fence. How do you expect a school in Turkana to have a fence? It doesn't have borders. It doesn't have color. It doesn't have rangi. It doesn't have anything. It is corrupt. Everything is corrupt. And we're having a whole president here coming in front of us and saying 2 billion is lost. Well, how do you want us to live in this country?
And that's why I was telling you, like, that I've always said this, like, the leaders we have, they don't put the interest of the Kenyan people first. Their interest will always come first, and there are so many things, like, even like you're talking about yourself, there's so many things that we see back when we visited the villages, and you see on how our people live. Like, sometimes you feel very bad, and you feel like nobody cares about the Kenyan people, so the leadership that we have is not
and the leadership, because it is corrupt. Everybody is corrupt. Now the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, this is the guys who are dealing with the census. We told them that don't do census in Northeastern when there is a drought. When there is a drought, everybody makes sure that the camel has to find water first before being counted. How can you be counted and your camel is dying? Tomorrow we will give you food. So you are coming to count people when there's a drought, and then now you are counting the people on the town because there's security. You cannot go to the nomads who are inside the bushes there. Serikali haiwezi kufikia watu wako ndani msituni. So how do you count those people? And then unakuja unasema hii watu ni watu kidogo, tumecount wale watu kwa barabara kwa town peke yake, alafu hao watu pesa yao tutakata. How does that country work?
In my considered opinion, Kenya needs is sincere people. Starting from the president going down. When I saw the president in Sagana, when he had a meeting, the president, who is supposed to be the symbol of national unity, to start now speaking in Kikuyu, addressing one tribe simply because he comes from that tribe. My friend, that when if someone told me that is okay, it is not okay. The president must speak at all to his. That's where we're going now. Number two, what we are seeing, what we witnessing now at this point of time, is going to the regime like there was no democracy in Kenya. Why am I saying this? If you look at the Senate, how they voting, for example, they're doing something as a business environment, They are in the sense of Ruto side and the Tanga Tanga. They are not as per what they know, and what they know that is right. So if Ruto is standing inside, you could see a few days when Orengo stood and said the truth, this is not the people's initiative because of the way it was started. He has already been branded to be Ruto's man. You know, some of this kind of reasoning is what is taking. As Kenyans, we must start knowing that we are electing these leaders to represent us. But when they go the parliament, they are representing themselves. When they are given, if you are given your 1 million, you vote the way the other person wants. So it doesn't matter what your people
Benson and Fighter, this country needs unity more than anything else. This unity cannot be done by something like hiyo mchezo ya BBI na vitu kama hiyo. Kuna watu wanataka kutuambia sisi ati wamepigania nchi. Wao walikuwa Wajir ama walikuwa Garissa? Wao there. These people walifight kwao, wakauana na wale wazungu pale. Sisi wenyewe ukienda Wajir, and I was trying to explain to Mr. Kina Fighter, ukienda Wajir right now, Wajir police station, unaona majina za wazungu wote wale walimalizwa pale na Wasomali. Kila mtu alipigania kwao, kila mtu alikuwa anapigania mali yao. Lakini when you come and tell us that Kenya ni yenyu, and then wewe ndio mulipigania nchi, wewe ulipigania nchi ulikuwa Lamu. Were you in Lamu or were you in Turkana or were you in Kavirondo kupigania nchi? Where were you? So kile kitu tunataka kufanya ni tumekutana pamoja 42 tribes. When you are doing something, do it properly. Kama ni kupeana kitu, gawanya kila kitu sawa. Kama unaweka barabara hapa, how can you have a place unapatia 40 constituencies, new constituencies, na already wako na constituencies zingine za kutosha. A place where you can go by pikipiki from Juja to Thika, unaenda kaenda na pikipiki. unaweka MP hapa, unaweka MP hapa. Alafu sisi mimi na travel for 90 km, niko na MP moja 90 km, naenda kuona hospitali nyingine huko labda 90 km, na si hospitali ni dispensary. And then you want me to say tuko pamoja kwa hii nchi. Sasa unaona hiyo italeta shida mingi sana. Kama ni kitu inafanya unity, watu wakuje unity pamoja. Si lakini hii mambo ya kufanya mchezo.
Before Benson useme kitu. Tena ile kitu nasema hivi. Ukiangalia hiyo BBI, kama ukweli, ile Ruto alikuwa anasema pale kwamba tumeleta president kutoka kwa Jubilee for example. And the deputy president from Jubilee. And it's going to force the prime minister is going to come from Jubilee because the president is the one who is going to appoint the prime minister and the deputies. So this issue of saying the BBI is going to solve anything so far as elections is concerned, it's not solving anything here. Because if one party that one is going to be the one who is ruling, how do you deal with the opposition now? The other party which was maybe number 2. You find that problem which you are having before is still the same problem which you are having now. So the problem of one party takes it all, or one man takes it all, has never been solved at all in this BBI. So at the end of the day, the same election violence.
You see, like one man's takes it all. This is a creation that people are creating. Yeah, because if we were very genuine in in our elections, it's something that you have to know that every time you lose election, number 2, you always become obsolete. The very moment you lose, it's obsolete. You wait for another term. Just imagine Tanzania has a prime minister and all that, but like it's not a big issue, you know. But kitu najua, something I know, the reason why I know BBI ni mchezo. Kuna venye imepangwa na kitu yenye wajui. Saa zingine unaweza panga ni kuwa unataka wewe ndio uingie ndio ufanye hivyo, lakini iende ipite na wale watu wanatakikana waingie wasiingie, wale wanasumbuka. For instance, let's just be truthful. Mimi huwa si supporter wa Ruto wala si but the way he has been treated throughout this this part is not nice. Let's say like the guy become the president under the new BBI constitutional ikipita. Will you change it? That is bad now because it's Ruto.
It will change. It will not change.
It will not change. Yeah. So we should not do something to lock or maybe lock people out or to be suspicious, because like during this entire time, the way Ruto was it's not fair to deal with somebody of that class. Ruto is a vice president of the country.
In fact, he said, you know what he said just a few days when Charango and someone who was interviewing in his house, he said, I'm just praying, if God gives me a chance to be a president, that I will not treat the every president the way I have been treated. He said that just a few days ago.
Yeah, that's not the way to. Even if somebody is your enemy, that's not the same. The treatment you should give. That is a constitutional office, and like Ruto is just like, even like ministers have powers more than him. What is remaining? Like he earns the money and stays in the government house. He's doing nothing, you know. So to me, BBI today maybe inapiga no, na inajua because it's a state-sponsored thing, is going to pass, but I'm okay with it.
Benson na fighter, mimi nataka kwenda kusali kidogo, wakati yangu imefika ya Ramadhani.
Okay,
so,
sawa.
What I will do is nawatakia vizuri, muendelee tu na hiyo discussion, muendelee tu mzuri, inshallah itakuwa kitu itakuwa mzuri, lakini let's hope for the best.
No, we hope for the best.
Because at the end of the day, our people are suffering. The country is suffering. Tunapoteza jina. Saa hii tungekuwa mbali sana. Saa hii Kenya ingekuwa mbali sana. I am telling you, vile Kenya inajulikana dunia nzima, na vile Kenya inaheshimika dunia nzima, na vile hawa jamaa na operate. Yani, there is a lady, nilikuwa nasikiza ngoma nyingine wakisema twende Nairobi, something like that.
Bilia Bell.
Imagine mtu anaimba, yani anataka kukuja Nairobi. Halafu Nairobi yenyewe inakaa kama slum. Nairobi itself looks like a slum. Yani watu wa Afrika wengine, Kongo, watu wanapiga kelele, wanaimba, wanasema twende Nairobi. Yani imekuwa kama ni mahali hatari kabisa. Halafu wewe unakuja unakutana na matatu zinakaa kama za sijui boxes, zinakaa kama boxes, sijui ni magari zinatoa moshi, gari tires zingine zimepasuka, chuma zimevunjika, street inaharibika, chokora kila mahali. Mzungu mimi nimeona live na macho yangu, mzungu akinyongwa ndani ya Nairobi. Ndani ya Nairobi ananyongwa, ameshikwa shingo hivi na chokora na hakuna mtu anamsaidia. Na mimi I was driving. Imagine msichana rafiki yangu ametoka Belgium, amekuja hapo Java, ameweka laptop yake hivi kitambo anaongea, laptop imepotea. Wewe unataka kuniambia hiyo msichana akirudi huko Belgium atakuja na wageni wengine maisha yake? Tunaishi kama wakora. Tunaishi kama wakora. Tunaishi nchi inakaa yani kama a whole airline Kenya Airways, imeandikwa Kenya Airways. Ukienda China, nimeenda Hong Kong, nimeona hapo kwa street Kenya Airways. Nimeenda Guangzhou, nimekuta Kenya Airways. Nimekuja hapa Dubai nakuta Kenya Airways. Alafu unaambiwa ati hiyo ndege sio ya Kenya, ndege yenyewe jina tu ndio ya Kenya, Kenya Airways jina ni ya Kenya, lakini ndege yenyewe ni ya wajama wengine wanakaa huko Switzerland. Jina tu wanatumia jina. Ndege ni za wazungu wengine na waindi wengine wakora ndio wenye ndege. Sasa ile pesa tunapata nusu 85% inaenda huko, 15% inakuja huko. Alafu sasa wanakuja na pia kelele wanasema ati tumepoteza ndege na tumepata loss. So wanapewa tena another 15 billion. Ndege sio zao bado, hiyo 15 billion wakepewa.
ndege sio zao, ni ya wazungu wengine. Wazungu wanaendelea kupata pesa na hiyo 15 bilioni yetu. Una a whole national airline.
Yeah.
Unakuta mahali kama Masai Mara, ati mtu amekuja anataka kufungua hoteli katikati ya mahali animals wanapita hapa. Mahali the whole for the past 2000 years, 3000 years nilikuwa napitaga, ati hapo anataka kutengeneza hoteli ndio aone hiyo wanyama vizuri, ndio apate tourist wengi. What kind of corruption imefika hiyo level? Nchi inachukiwa, hata watu wanaogopa. Hata mimi siku hizi hata nikiulizwa nasemaga mimi I'm not from Kenya, I'm from Somalia. Bas to close hiyo maneno tu, yani kufunga hiyo chapter kwa ajili naona aibu ya kusema niko Kenya, mtu wa Kenya. Watu wananiambia your country is corrupt, your people are corrupt. Mtu anaiba diamond, anaiba gold hapa Dubai, ati anaibia Mwarabu mwingine hapa Dubai. Visa tumesimamishwa, tumesimamishwa kila kitu just because ya wakora fulani. Nchi aina gani? How do you run a whole country like this? Mauritius, I am telling you, Mauritius, I've gone to Mauritius. Inakaa kama paradise, and that country does not have money like Kenya. Inakaa kama paradise. Intercontinental saa hiyo hoteli ile Intercontinental imefungwa. Hilton unaona inakaa kama saa hii chokora, hata imewekwa machuma hapo mbele yake, yani inakaa kama, na hiyo problem imekosiwa na corruption. If nimekuta askari huko Mandera, somewhere like in Mandera, ndani ya msituni nimekuta askari anakaa chini ya miti, hata hana maji ya kunywa, na unajua vile iko joto, you know how hot it is. Askari hata hana maji ya kunywa, and then you expected that guy ati apate mtu kutoka Somalia anaingia Kenya, alafu ampatie 10,000 shilling na hana maji ya kunywa. How do you expect that person to awachane na 10,000 alafu akuja ati akae na hiyo maji, hana maji, bila maji? There are some things we need to work out. We need to think so much about Kenya. We need to think so much about si vile watu wanafanya kazi hapa. Na poleni sana, mimi naenda nilikuwa nataka kwenda kusali. Poleni sana, nitawacha, lakini nitakuja, I'll come back.
Yeah, maybe kesho labda wakikupost. So
nawatakia heri, ninatakia heri inshallah.
Okay, sawa, asante sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Fighter.
Yes, sir.
I think Clinton is back. We need to be leaving. Mr. Clinton.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Nimeshukuru, nimeona umeni-add. Nimeshukuru sana, na mimi ni kama sasa hata mimi wacha niende nikalale.
Hata mimi. Mzuri amalize.
Okay, asante sana bwana Clinton.
Nashukuru sana.
Asanteni sana.
All right.
Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Asanteni sana. Kesho pia ni siku, kama sio kesho ni kesho kutwa ama wiki ijayo. So thank you for watching, na Mungu awe nanyi popote mlipo. Bye bye for now.